think we are good. Ah, didn't realize we were a Templar. Kinda cool. Alright, get moving. Alright, so did we make another key? So try this again. This time we'll try to take it a little slower, I guess. Not bum rush, or at least not run into the fucking corner and get our asses kicked. Oh, we can do. Looking at the devotion. We also have a couple more points. Yeah, we were doing that. Got 15 points here. Yeah, almost 70. I kind of want to stop at 69, if I'm being honest. Alright, so we're playing. Alright, I know, that's what I'm saying, Tover. So, Dig, I've asked this question a few times. No one's giving me an actual answer. So, playing Iode Reckoning, since it does fizz and fire, and then I add lightning to it here. I've seen a pair of gloves that converts the physical and fire damage from this part to lightning damage. So you can go like a complete lightning damage build, so you can stack Ellie and lightning damage and like kind of juice it really hard. I was wondering if you knew if there was a way to convert the fizz and lightning to fire. Do fire damage specifically instead of lightning. Or if there's a way to convert the lightning and the fire to physical. So I can stack just physical damage. I'd rather do fire. I'd like to do Ellie plus fire, or if I have to, I'll do Ellie plus lightning and just go lightning, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, see, I'm assuming the only if there's not a specific item for it, I know you can get like generic global conversion, aka like this weapon that is 50% fizz to fire. I would need another 50% obviously, so I'd have to get 100% converted to fire, right? Um, and then I'd have to find one for the lightning one as well, and 100% lightning fire as well. Uh, but I have to get globals at bare minimum. So I was just curious if there was maybe a an item you knew of. Yeah, I know there's tons. That's why I was asking if you like knew of one off the top of your head. All good. Yeah, because worst case scenario, like I was saying, I know that there's one for lightning, and I could just try to get that item and just go lightning build, right? Um, and then I'll just stack LA plus lightning and just call it a day. Not a big deal. But I do need to do my devotions. I don't know if you might be able to like help with that at all, because right now we're kind of fire damage focused. I kind of wanted to head to this, but that means I need like 8 more greens to get to it. I just don't know which greens would actually like viable. Like this one's like electric, right? This one is offensive ability. Oh, which offensive ability is not a bad option, so I can get my hit chance up. Then this one is fire and chaos, with kind of a combo. Not a bad option. Yeah, I will be removing these. I'm trying to figure out because like some of these I probably don't need, like because I like this one's fire and ether, which is fine, but like the Jackal one, just giving me energy regen, offensive ability, total speed, and like 15 total damage. I feel like this is kind of meh, right? So I could refund this one, which is 3 points of pink. And you know that's a lot. Don't get me wrong, but if I have enough pink from something else, like let's say I picked up this one, which gave me 2 points, puts me to 11, and in order to get here, I only need 8. I could get rid of the Jackal and still be at 8, right? But I'd have to leave the center point. I know, Tom, right? Uh, so that's why I was like curious, because like this, like I said, this is a 50-50. It's like fire and chaos, which I wouldn't be able to take advantage of the chaos per se. Um, but I would get, you know, a little bit of the fire damage, a little bit of spirit, a little chaos res, right? And then I'd get this ability to prog. I know, that's why I was asking if like you had any recommendations, because I've had some like some people recommended me Ghoul, which is pretty cool. I kind of like it for a what's call it, for a melee build, being like point blank like I am. I kind of like it. I'm thinking about getting rid of Behemoth because this is only a 15% chance when hit to proc, and it's really good, but I don't think I need the entire 3, right? Like I don't think I need the. I mean, this isn't too bad. And the armor plus the health plus the armor isn't. I mean, I guess it's not bad to pick up the whole. It's a lot of like health regen. It's a lot of health and armor, and it's not too bad, I guess. No, I get that. Like, if I'm not using pets, like this one just had 2 pet things, but it also gives me like this gives me 10% energy regen, which isn't great, right? And then it gives me offensive ability, total speed, and then total damage plus 2% phys resist. I'm gonna get rid of this one, but in order to get rid of this one, I have to pick up more pink somewhere else, right? Yeah, and like I said, that's why I'm going over here to get this, right? So this drops meteors, like a meteor shower. It does like fizz damage, fire damage, mostly fire damage, right? Adds a burn, does some impacts or whatever. 30% chance on attack, but then it gives me like a bunch of burn, gives me more fire, crit damage, movement speed, you know, offensive ability, chaos res, fire damage and invincibility. I really want this since I want to stack fire, and like I might have to refund this whole thing if I switch to lightning later, but this is what I'm shooting for. Like I said, that's why I'm trying to get some greens. That's why I'm like looking at a bunch of greens right now to figure out what we can do. Like this, I need like 2 more purples to pick up, but it's basically, I don't know why they labeled this one out as attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed, because total speed would be the same thing, but this gives you all damage, right? Offensive ability, more movement speed, fizz damage, which doesn't really help, but it is all stat or whatever. 5% of damage converted to health, plus more attack. Like, this is a huge attack speed. What the hell? This shit's crazy. And it does give me 2 pinks and 3 green, which is pretty solid if I'm being honest. But I would need 2 more purples first. But the 2 pink would allow me to take the Jackal out. It's just there's a lot to like work on in here, you know. Like you said, there's like so many different pathways you can go. Oh, 'cause this one gives me 5. But it's just offensive ability. This one also gives me 3. And like these lower tier ones are just kind of meh. Like this one's all damage, which is okay, but not great overall. This is poison. I think this is. Oh, I don't know. This is. The crab is insane too. I like the crab. The crab was crazy for my other build. Um. Yeah, I'm just fucking lost. Like this thing is just way too complicated. Alright, how about we do fire? The only thing that has fire is this guy. Requires 3 more points to get to. It only gives me 1. This one does give me 3, and it is a combo deal, so that one's not a bad option. They could go that one into this one, which would put me to 13 of the 15 we need. And then Phoenix gives me 2, but I don't have the other point for it. What about that? And the Phoenix over here gives me purple. Purple. This is too bad. This is gonna be +4. This one gives me green and purple. Purple would allow me to get the other one. Maybe we go this one. Not a lot. It's only like 39 LE damage. With some HP. Ether res. Just a little. Just a tip. Like 10% edge. Also, edge this morning, I was like bored. I got, off stream, and I was just watching TV, waiting on everybody to wake up. Like the dogs and wife and everything. Fucking. I was sitting there just running tier 2 maps, trying to get blight maps, because I ran out of like white tier blight maps, because I was trying to test to see if I can get a tainted oil out of it. And I dropped 2 div back to back in tier 2 blight maps. I was not expecting that. Like I dropped 1 div in each map, like back to back. It's crazy. Alright, so we can pick this up. Like I said, this will give us some purple, which we could work with. Not enough for this one. But there was this one that we liked, right? Because it's just so much movement speed, ability power, and like attack speed and cast speed. I think this would be insane. Hey, do you think this is actually decent? Like the fizz damage is kind of whatever, but a little bit more attack leashes life, but I get a bunch of attack speed, a bunch of movement speed, a bunch of ability, offensive ability, which in turn gives me, better chance to hit, touch crit. Like I think this is okay, because like I said, if I pick up this one, it gives me the blue point or the purple points to be able to pick it up, which gives me more green points to move forward. So that's 3, 6. That puts me to like 13. I just need 2 more green points. And I think I liked this one as well. I mean, I don't have points for it, but there was another one I liked. You think that would be fine? Doesn't look too bad. I think that'll be fine. Give us. Alright, so that's that. Let's switch this back to fire damage. I think this guy was okay. I need to. Oh, was it this guy, I think? Yeah, this is the 50-50 guy. So that's an option. This guy looks a little stronger. He's got burn, attack speed, fire damage. Adds fire damage. Like, this one might be better. Yeah, I think we go with this one. I won't be able to max this one out, but... Alright, I think that's what we're doing for now. Once we get this one done, we'll put points into here and we'll see what we can remove. Keep what we have, but give us some extra points. Alright, hopefully that'll give us more damage. Yeah, like, I think the Arcanist is just... He overtuned the fuck out of that. And I think it was in anticipation to slow down the top percenters. Or, not maybe the top percenters so much as the free-to-play players. Like, because the whales can just hourly skip, right? With spending money to get the hour skips or whatever you can buy. I think he did it so free-to-play players couldn't keep up with whales. To give whales like that much more of an advantage. Force people to want to spend money. Kind of stupid, but I mean, as a business point, I don't disagree with it. It's not a bad option. You know, someone trying to make money, obviously. That's what I'm thinking, because in order to actually progress those crystals, I think your poison that's covering the screen has to have enough damage to one tap. If your poison that ticks kind of slowly, it has like a set, like the tick rate of the poison is kind of slow, but if you can't one tap with the poison that's blanketing the screen, I don't think you can push a lot of these maps. So I think the amount of damage required to actually push some of these maps is actually kind of astronomical. It's not so much how much your skulls do or your auto attacks or whatever. It's purely how much the poison takes. So juicing out the damage of your poison, I think, is the only way to actually progress those higher tier areas. So there's no other way to obtain them? I mean, usually he leaves them in there for a little while, where it's like a daily thing where you can purchase like a couple of them a day or something. And he usually leaves it in there for like a month. So the pay-to-play players can get ahead. Like I said, I don't pay that much attention to it, so I don't know exactly. But that's kind of how I feel. On the upside, though, once I get to 70, I think some of the gear that I've been holding onto, the fire damage gear, I think I'll be able to put some of it on. Because I think some of it's 70 and some of it's like 74. So not quite to where I can put all of it on, but... Yeah, and that's my thing too, Dover, is like, those things are cool to like skip an hour or whatever, kind of like time candies or whatever, but I never know where to use them. Like, that's why like my bones and my Windwalker ones, I haven't used them because I don't know where to use them. I feel like wherever I use them, I'm just gonna waste them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I haven't used any of them. I have almost 2,000 AFK bones and I just don't know where to use them. Is 82? Interesting, okay. Holy hell, I went from almost dead to like full HP so fast. Butcher? How's that? It's a cool looking weapon. Too bad it sucks for me. The bleed damage weapon. That looks cool. Get to the next zone. Really? If you use the splicer, you get DNA, you lose out on the bones? Seriously? I mean, I've never spliced. Honestly, I've hardly ever spliced in that game. I don't even have, like, I don't even think I have a level 2 splicer. I think I've only spliced for, like, level, for World 1 a few times.
You will go no further! You will go no further! Not enter!
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, Edge. I don't know if you have any white tier blight maps. If you do, either A, could I have them, or B, do you want to run them and corrupt them? Because I'm testing to see if you can get tainteds from white tier maps. All I'm trying to find out. Because, like, the wiki doesn't state you can't. But you know how sometimes things are kind of not written? Yeah, when you haven't been on your feet for a while and then you jump on them and you're just on them all day, yeah, it can suck too. Yeah, because, like, according to the wiki, it just says you have to be in a blight map, a corrupted blight map. That's all it says. But I've never tested, I've never actually, like, physically obtained a tainted from a white tier map. So I want to actually test it and confirm it myself that yes, I have obtained one personally. You know what I'm saying? One of those kind of, like, things. So I can confirm without a shadow of a doubt, yes, I have obtained one from a white map. It is possible. So, like, going into it next league, I can just corrupt them and, you know, try and get tainted on, like, day one. Because, you know, think about it. If you get a big ticket item like that, right? A big ticket, not ticket item, I guess. It's like a tainted, so people might not need it on day one. But if you can sell a tainted for like 1 or 2 divines on like day 1 or 2, right? That allows you to pick up an item that normally would cost you a shit ton later in the league for cheaper. In theory, because, you know, currency hasn't inflated yet, you know. So if we're able to, like, pick up like a Defiance of Destiny, or you know, like maybe your helmet, right? Or like one of your big ticket items for your build or whatever. Like maybe like a decent blood notch or something. So you could, like, I really want to play a blood notch build next league. Like, I want to have my kinetic blast, but I want to take my RF and make it into an AFK simulator as well. So I want to put him into a blood notch build, so that way we can go into like T17 maps or T16 maps on my RF character, and I don't have to worry about basically dying. like fucking run around and just crush shit. But we're not gonna go that way because we went last time. Worth. Alright, there's way too many fucking mobs. So stupid. It doesn't help this portal just keeps spawning mobs as well. We're gonna come over here just. Cause we got like a named guy. We got an actual boss guy. Now we're stunned. Now we're stunned. Holy hell. We got 2 bosses? Dude, what in the fuck? Why are there 2 bosses here? There are 2 bosses here. This zone is so dumb. It's so fucking stupid, dude. We popped our invincibility. We're gonna try and kill both of them. Holy fuck. That is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. The zone can suck it. Pops 2 bosses and a fucking like a name dude at the same time. On 2 portals, so it's infinite spawns. Bobs. It can suck. Look, there's another boss! This is the one I thought I was fighting the whole time! What is this bullshit? Oh. If I don't take it one at a time like that, I can easily get fucking rocked. Jesus Christ, where's my ability this time? Oh. The way to check. Oh, this is where I died yesterday. I don't want to go back over here. Yeah, I got locked in. I started fighting the bosses and I got locked in. Look, that guy just randomly spawned as I walked away. What the fuck is that shit? I want to check something really quick. Just a second. That's not working the way I want it to. Kind of getting annoyed. Like, I like the idea of the multi-stream, but I'm getting a little annoyed with certain aspects of it. That was almost instant. Oh, that was crazy. So to clarify what I was saying, the things that I dislike about it so far is there is very little I can do with my YouTube, right? So according to Google, I can add like Nightbot to it, right? According to Google, I can add my stream elements bot to it. right? And there's things you could supposedly do to like, add like sound alerts to it as well and shit like that. So kind of like what we do with Twitch. But the problem is all those extensions and those things, when you log into it to like make an account, quote unquote, to link it to your channel or whatever, it asks you to log in with Twitch or YouTube. And if you log in with Twitch, it works for Twitch. But in order to get it to work for YouTube, I have to log in with YouTube. But if I log in with YouTube, I can't log in with Twitch. So it's almost like I have to make 2 accounts or some shit in order to use it for both YouTube and Twitch. Dude, I wish that mobs would stop spawning. Yeah, a little annoying because I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to add some stuff to the YouTube side. That way, like, I had some sort of like bot over there monitoring messages, not allowing certain messages through, or, blocking out some words so people can't just say whatever they want. Some sort of stuff like that. I also wanted to add in some like sound alerts, so you guys can play some sounds over there, kind of like you do on Twitch. I know most of you on Twitch are just gonna stay on Twitch, and I have no qualms about that. Do what you gotta do. I'm just trying to build the YouTube up a little bit so I can monetize over there. I just feel like YouTube is very limited in terms of like what I can apply to the stream to like, give people like users like a little bit more to do, more interaction, but more moderation. Oh, jeez. Great, you covered. I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't have more moderation. What I'm saying is, like, with my Twitch, I can have auto mod set up for a lot of things. I didn't find that for YouTube. So I wanted to add a bot, I mean, I might have missed it somewhere for the YouTube section. But to add Nightbot, I have to go to Nightbot, but I have to log in with my YouTube instead of my Twitch. But if I do that, I don't think the Nightbot will work for my Twitch anymore, because I'm then logged in with my YouTube instead. And then the same thing with like the Stream Elements, right? Stream Elements bot I was going to use, but since I'm logged in with my Twitch, it doesn't go to my YouTube. It's really annoying. I wish there was a way to like multi-log in, right? Okay, I just got pulsed by something. No, guys spawned in one It's me! This is fucked! I jumped away because I knew I took damage. Then I saw the other guy. Oh. Watching it back on YouTube. I was like, oh, I'm low. I popped my health. I was like, oh, he took a double hit, and the guy just like spawns and dunks my ass. I don't think I'm strong enough to do that fight. Do another key and get all the way back. I don't know if I have enough resist to do that fight, honestly. Yeah, so I'm not... Okay, so this is 75, 74, 70. So I need one level for this one. But this one's just an Ellie damage with +3 to my ability, which would basically replace my blue ring, which is fine. But I do lose flat Ellie res, which brings my lightning and my cold down, which is bad. We could replace technically the green ring, but then that doesn't really help. This is just a defensive or an offensive ring increase. Not super huge. 70 as well, which will replace our fizz with fire. I think that's okay, but it does give us more Ellie res back. So maybe we can lose the Ellie res on the one, gain it back on this. Yeah, so maybe that will work. So I need to get to level 70. Alright, what is our other quest other than this one where we just got fucking dicked on again? Okay, so this one wants us to... You must enter Horror Valbury through the rift in the configuration northeast of Homestead. Open the sealed gate to the city itself. Once inside, track down. So I'm assuming this requires a skeleton key as well. I'll just make another one just in case. Running out of skeleton.
See anything you like?
The fire and lightning. I'm not opposed to this, but it's less fire, less light, like just less. It does have a decent amount of all res though, and pierce res, but I lose chaos res. And then we're gonna get rid of and this Ellie, which basically doubled, so it's like 56 technical damage. Ellie res. Easy. One to all keep skills, not bad, but here's fire. Flat Ellie with Scent Ellie. +2 to all those skills which I'm using.
See you around.
Alright. So where do I have to go again? Configuration northeast. I've been there before. Yeah, I've been up there. What exactly am I looking for? Yeah, I know I need to work on it before next difficulty for sure. So we need to go ahead of this guy. So yeah, I know I need to work on it before I go to the next difficulty for sure. People were just saying, oh, just put on augments and it'll fix your problem. And I'm like, not saying that they're wrong, but I was trying to wait until I got like level 70 gear. Right, and then they're not wrong either, because like if I put it on this gear, I can always destroy the gear and take the augments back off and just use them, you know? But it's one of those, I was just trying to get these damn quests done so we can move on and then worry about like juicing out the equipment. But it might just save us time just to do the equipment and then, you know, do the quest. So, you know me and my efficiency. I try to be somewhat lazy and it slows me down. I don't remember what we're looking for here, but it does say like go up here, learn about a seal or some shit. They did this. Maybe it's that door. Yeah, I tried to ask Jet in Discord if he does any YouTube streaming or anything. Because I don't know how to fix the issue I'm having with it. I really don't. Like, the only thing I kind of thought about was instead of selecting YouTube as my primary, I mean, my Twitch is my primary to stream to, and then my YouTube being the secondary it streams to. Instead of doing it that way, I thought about doing it opposite, making YouTube the primary. Thinking maybe it being the primary would allow me to set the latency on the YouTube. But I don't fucking know, dude. It's another like layer of annoyance to do it, but at the end of the day, like, I kind of like doing it just because it does give me more videos. It does give me more stuff on YouTube to allow me to try and grow it a little bit more. Not particularly well, granted, but it's something. Not up here? Oh, this is level 76? What the fuck? It's like 7 levels higher than me. Why? Jesus. What am I stuck on? Jesus fucking Christ, game. I'm trying to fucking walk here. Can I spin yet? I'm stuck again. What'd you send me? Why do they keep trying to hand him food? I'm so confused. Like, what the fuck, bro? That guy should have got fired a long ass time ago. He's trying to have a fucking interview and he's like fucking just being a clown. So lost. Like, what the fuck am I even looking for here? Oh. Okay, so nowhere over here? Oh, do I have to go through this portal? I think I saw this portal before and I never went through it because I didn't know what it did. No one gave me an answer when I asked. Jesus fucking Christ, all those rangers, dude. Fucking obliterated me. That's crazy. Level 70, let's go! Alright. So means we unlocked this and this. So the question is, we put both of them on. I guess we lose damage? Shockingly? I think it's because of the attack speed, probably. But our resist seemed to be a little better. Wait, what? Oh, our vitality is already overcapped, that's what. But this did cap out from the shoulders. I am curious on why this gives me less damage. Is it because this is capped? No, it doesn't look like it's capped. I only have +9. Edge. Stop. Stop. You and those reflect maps, bro. Uh. Oh, did you corrupt it and it turned to reflect? That's happened to me a lot. Wait, what craft? Do you have a node on the Atlas that randomly adds, like, mods or something? Unless you have the random mod thing, it shouldn't change anything. It shouldn't add anything to it. If it didn't have reflect, it shouldn't be reflect. I pick it up, thank you. I'm curious on why this somehow is more damage than the new ring I just put on, than this one. Because this one gives me flat lightning with 50 LE. Plus 3 to my exchange skill. And this just gives me a little less LE with attack speed. Soulfire, but I don't think I'm using Soulfire, am I? I don't even know what Soulfire is. Oh, that's why. So it gave me +2 to the lightning damage, which is why I lost damage instead of going the other route with the other thing. Interesting. Yeah, I can kind of see why I lost damage then. Freeze though, almost fucked us. Hey Ed, did you ever get into Lost Ark? I think we've talked about it before, but I can't remember. So I guess this July they put out a new July patch, and I was reading it, an article on it, and I think they added like a shit ton of like solo content to allow for players to like casually play and kind of catch up, or like play in a different way that they're not forced to play it like they used to. I don't know. It's a weird game changing like solo-esque thing that they added to it. Head to bed. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I was just kind of curious because I was thinking about jumping into it and giving it a shot. No, I agree, Dig, that like the traditional way of Lost Ark, you'll never catch up, and well, I mean you will, because there is a actual hard cap where you can't go past a certain point. So once you hit that hard cap, people will slowly catch up to you. So eventually you will catch up, but they keep raising the hard cap, so eventually, you know, they get to outscale you again, rinse and repeat. And so at the end of the day, like theoretically, you technically will never catch up because they keep raising the cap. But this new update introduces a completely different way of gearing and getting loot and upgrades and stuff, specifically for solo players. And yeah, sorry, I agree. My problem with it was, oh, you had a daily cap per character. That was the key part, per character. So it forced you to want to have as many characters as possible to funnel resources to one character, and it made you want to play that like every character every day because you had two options. You either played every character every day to get 100% efficiency of 100% of the rewards, or you played a handful of characters every 3 days, right? So you would play like on day one you'd play like four characters. On day two you'd play four characters. On day three you'd play four characters, and then you rotate through the first floor, second floor, third floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, and you rotate through them because it's 33% less resources, but it's like 66% more time efficient because you're only playing four characters a day to be able to do a lot of different things, or maybe five characters a day instead of playing 12 to 15 characters a day trying to put more time in. You're putting less time in for decent amount of rewards, but at the end of the day you are missing out on rewards because you're not getting full rewards every day. You know what I mean? So that was the one caveat that ruined it for me because it turned it from a casual, like enjoyable login and play, you know, when I want to play, to forced to play every day on every character or close to every character. That was the crippling part for Lost Ark for me because the gameplay was kind of fire, right? It was very satisfying, enjoyable, and I loved the combat. I loved the fact that the supports were super game changing. The tanks were super helpful. Like everybody just played their roles well, and it was really cool. I enjoyed the game a lot, but being forced to play it every day, almost all day, and making it more of a job than a game for enjoyment ruined it for me. Yeah, it was a shit design, but at the same time, Dig, the whole stacking thing was true though, because every day you didn't do the content, you got 2 points, right? Technically it was 20, but 2 points. And every time you would do the content, if you had 2 points, it would consume 2 points to give you extra rewards. So if you didn't do it for 2 days, you'd have 4 points. And then on the third day, you would run it twice like you normally would, and you would get two sets of rewards for both runs. So you would end up with 4 sets of rewards every 3 days instead of 6 sets of rewards every 3 days. So you were missing out on 2 sets of rewards, but you could play it every 3 days, you know, on that character. So it time efficiently wise it was better, but materials wise you were still falling behind. It was, yeah, it was bad. No, that's what I'm saying. Sorry. I agree with you. Like everything about the game was phenomenal. Well, let me backtrack. There was a few things about the game that were really fucked, but overall, like the way the game played, the way the game felt, the way the game looked, it all was great. It was just literally the limitation on the materials per character. Like I wish it was more of a limitation per account. Like if you're gonna put a limitation, put it on the account, not the character. This way, you could get, let's say, 20 rewards from your rifts a day on your account. That way, it doesn't matter if you have 20 accounts or 20 characters. It just means that that account can get X amount of resources per day, no matter what character you're playing on. That way, anybody can get the same amount of materials every single day, and they don't have to jump through hoops. They don't have to go to different characters. You're in an ad, so I'm gonna wait to finish this conversation. Ugh. But anyway, yeah, Dig, since remember we were talking about yesterday, I'm like just looking for something to pass time. And sometimes, you know, going back to an old game I haven't played for a while just sounds appealing. And it's not that I want to play it for a long period of time, maybe only a few days. It was one of Lost Ark was one of those games that was I could turn my brain off and just get satisfaction from watching mobs explode on my screen. The main thing that ruined it for me was being forced to party up to do raids and stuff, right? Because you couldn't solo them. So it forced you to go into Party Finder to find people, but Party Finder was full of nothing but carries, and you couldn't actually find a legit run for something of your current gear level, right? They required you to have the next tier gear in order to run a normal run, which completely and utterly ruined the group finder and progression for most characters. You had to pay gold to have someone carry you that was already past that content in order to actually get the content, you know, that gear from that content to progress your character. It was the stupidest fucking bottleneck I'd ever seen. And that's what ruined it for me. Like, obviously there was a few other things that led up to that, right? Like I said before, the whole daily limitation per character, being forced to like play multiple different characters to get enough rewards to level your characters up, like funneling it to one character, like that was a thing. And then one of the crippling things that completely and utterly broke my back with that game, literally the last straw for me was when I found out that you couldn't 100% all the achievements in the game. Completely broke my back. Because obviously one of the achievements was finding the Lost Ark. Okay, that might happen one day, but not anytime soon. And then the second part was you couldn't horizontally progress everything. Not progress, but you couldn't complete everything horizontally. And what I mean specifically by that was the island souls. There was one island soul in particular that was impossible to obtain. And there was a group in Korea that actually banded together to achieve the goal of obtaining that island soul, and the devs went in and deleted the island soul and the achievement from every character that obtained it, and then buffed the island and nerfed the party system so they couldn't do it again. And that pissed me off and made me quit. I don't mind if there's gates, Dig. I mind if those time gates can be circumvented with either real money or like in Lost Ark's case, multiple characters spending so much more of your time to circumvent it, right? That's where I kind of have the problem, because then you're catering to people that are swiping their credit card and people that basically don't have a life, right? So those people get ahead of you, they get really far ahead of you, or even a little bit, that tiny bit ahead of you allows them to even skyrocket further past you, because they can take their advantage against you, like that they have over you, and they can leverage it to get even further, aka selling carries to get even more gold, to use that gold to skyrocket them even further ahead, and rinse and repeat, then you got the problem, right? That was the one like really bad part about Lost Ark. Now, having a daily limit on your character is fine, but being able to trade those resources from one character to another character to hyper focus like speed level one character was a problem, right? So someone that swiped their credit card to buy 30 character slots, make 30 characters to run non-stop runs of content, to funnel all of those resources into one character, to juice that character to a point where he could do carries to farm even more gold from other players, to then buy more materials via the marketplace to max cap his gear score faster than anybody else, to then farm gold infinitely selling carriers on multiple characters every single week, every single day, nonstop, while also farming tons of resources himself to prep for the next year's score increase. That's the problem. People that have more time on their hands than other people can get so much further ahead that also can swipe their credit card to circumvent all of that. And I don't have a problem with paying for progression in 99% of the games. I really don't. If you want to swipe your credit card to get to the end faster than other people, I don't have a problem with it. What I have a problem with is swiping your credit card to get ahead, to leverage that into a way where you're infinitely ahead, where you can never be caught up to. Because now you're bottlenecking the entire game behind carries and or the people that are ahead won't let anybody, catch up, because they're forcing them to hand over their hard-earned currencies to the high-end players to slow down the the behind players even further. That's the problem. So if the resources couldn't be traded between accounts, I would like that more. Or they couldn't be sold on the auction house, so people couldn't just buy gold and buy more resources. I wish it was a finite amount per character, per day, or per week. The weekly limit would be better, right? Than a daily limit, because that way, if you didn't want to play every day, you could play like once or twice a week. Maybe an hour here, an hour there. You could play it at your leisure, and you could still hit your cap. And if everybody had the same cap for their account, then it wouldn't feel so daunting, and people wouldn't be as easily able to get ahead and stay ahead. Lost Ark. Lost Ark is a free-to-play isometric MMORPG. Quickly show you on Steam if you want. I won't launch it, but it looks amazing. It plays amazing. It just has a very flawed gearing system, and the community is absolutely awful. This game right here. So this is actually what the game legit looks like. This is obviously a cinematic for it, but it like legit looks like this. Like the characters, the models. Now, granted, you're top-down view, right? So the view is completely different, but the water, like this is what it looks like that right there. Boom, that top-down view, where he did like the explosion on the ground and everything. That's literally what the combat looks like. All these explosions, all these big booms, like that's all gameplay. I'd like to actually see like a video of like actual ability, but like it's an actual great game. It's just they fucking ruined it with the gear enhancement and the limitations per character and stuff. But they did try to fix it with adding solo content. So here's some gameplay. I hate that they switched the camera view. They show you like 1 or 2 seconds of like actual gameplay, and then they switch it to like oh, cinematic again. So stupid. Uh, yeah, they just completely ruined it with like the community ruined it because they took advantage of the gearing system and the leveling system and the limitations per day and bottlenecked people and forced people into these corners where they couldn't progress. And it was a really dog shit situation. But now that they have the solo content, you can go in and ignore 99% of everybody, play for yourself, have fun, and just kind of hack and slash in the game. It doesn't matter if you're behind because you can just play the basic content. Like they have solo raids. Like most of the raids have a solo like encounter version of it now. The dungeons as well. So you can go in and you can farm whatever you want now solo, and you don't have to interact with other players. And that's the one reason why I'm even contemplating temporarily playing it for a little while on and off here and there, because I absolutely love the game. Like the abilities, the the big aesthetically pleasing graphics, the satisfaction of like watching mobs just explode and you just absolutely obliterate a boss with like a huge combo or something. Like it just feels good. I wish there was like a really good like gameplay footage I could show you. Like that's a boss, but you see how it's like 2 seconds of gameplay footage and they just like skip to something else. I hate it. I want to see some actual like footage to show you like at least 5 to 10 seconds of like what like a rotation would kind of look like when you're like fighting like something. It's like that was one skill and then it just like, oh yep, back to a flying dragon. Anyway, it's a really cool game. Like I said, free to play. You do have to spend money to like unlock characters and other things like that. There's a lot of like pay stuff in the game, like microtransactions that aren't required, but will definitely help with certain aspects. AKA, the more character slots you have, the more materials you can get per day to funnel those resources, which is one of the fundamental flaws of the game we were talking about earlier. You can funnel those materials into one character, aka your main character, and then juice that one character's like gear score to a higher content than all the other ones, and then do the higher tier content on that guy, and then let's say you have 6 characters, right? And then you funnel all 6 characters to one character. That character gets to tier 2, and then the other 5 are in tier 1. So then you take those 5 and you funnel all tier 1 mats into one character, pushing the second one to tier 2, rinsing and repeating that process for all 6 of those, right? Characters. So then all 6 are in tier 2, but while you were pushing all 6 to tier 2, the ones that were in tier 2 are slowly pushing to tier 3, and then you got characters in tier 3 and you got characters in tier 2, and then eventually they're all in tier 3, and then they all push to like the higher gear scores, probably this tier 4 at that point, and so on and so forth. You're just kind of daisy chaining your way up to the max gear score using your characters. But people that have like 30 characters can juice their characters faster through tiers because they have more characters to funnel. Okay, I am lost. Okay, maybe it's down here. But, just me talking about it, you can probably understand, like, where the fundamental flaw is with the game. With just the inherent gearing system and stuff. Plus the community taking advantage of these, the gearing system as well. Makes it even worse. Because you can sell your materials on the auction house for gold. And people can buy them from you, right? Which means if you swipe your credit card for gold and you have enough gold, you can buy materials from people selling materials, and then you have more materials per week than other players do because you swipe your credit card. And then those materials in turn lead to higher gear score. Higher gear score leads to higher content. Higher content means you can get even more materials per day. And once you're a high enough gear score and all the noobs are still lower gear score, you can sell your services to them and force them to pay you, carry them, and then now you're getting money from them directly, and then you're getting money from selling the mats that you're getting while helping them to other players as well. So the players that you are helping by carrying through the content are actually hurting, because you're taking gold directly out of their pockets for the carry, and then you're taking gold out of their pockets a second time to sell the materials in the marketplace that they are also buying. So you are quite literally fucking them. On the front and the back, down the throat, like, no ifs, buts about it. They are just getting fucked left, right, and center. Yeah, wife told me that this morning, that he died, like, yesterday or today. Yeah, it's funny. I used to live in Florida, and he used to work neighborhoods around where he lived. I never actually worked on his house because I did landscape irrigation. But I remember driving by his house once, and my boss was like, "Hey, that's Hulk Hogan's house." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, we talked about Ozzy last night. One of our other viewers, he went to the bar today with his buddies to Have a drink in the name of for Ozzy, you know, pouring one out for the homie. Damn it. My health bar was, or my health thing would get up in time. Well, ruined that key. I'm getting really fed up with this bullshit. These key runs are just pissing me off. I can't do this one. I don't know about this one. I'm about to say fuck it and just go to the next difficulty, because that's 2 key runs that are just, they're way too difficult for what I'm currently at. Getting pissed. And I don't want to go to ultimate because it's just such a huge rip. You put the head on the... You're not wrong, Topher. Not wrong. I mean, didn't he only do that once, though? I don't know if that was like... Yeah, he did it. But I don't know if that would be in, like, good commemoration of his memory. Like, did he ever regret doing that? Or, you know, say that he would never do that again, and, like, that was just, like, a one and done, you know, don't expect it ever again kind of thing? It's true, better than doing all the drugs. But, you know, having a couple shots in his name, because we talked about it last night, and I think Mate Googled it, and I guess in one of his interviews, he stated that he prefers drinking like vodka and beer. Right? So, in the sense of that, I feel like if you wanted to commemorate him, yes, you could do a bunch of drugs. Don't recommend it. Yes, you could bite off the head of a bat. Okay. Once again, don't recommend that. You probably might get sick or rabies or something. But having a few shots of vodka and a couple beers that he typically would drink, then I think that's a pretty okay way to, you know, commemorate him, you know? Also, Sar? I'm gonna call you Sar if that's okay. I know I didn't say it earlier, and I kind of just answered your questions and was chatting with you. But I do appreciate you being here. Thanks for stopping on in and hanging out with us. Thanks for chiming in and chatting with us as well. I wanted to thank you for being here, basically. Appreciate you. Alright, well, ultimate it is. Oh, we needed to... Okay, we have to unlock, I think, the... Wait, should I have bought all the augments and the normal difficulty to apply to my gear before coming to ultimate? Since I haven't done the quest to unlock reps and stuff. It's like, yeah. Like, we're still good here, we're still good here, like, way too much fire. But, like, these are only 39, this is negative 23, negative 15, 32, 17, 16, 12, like, looks like we're really struggling right now. Yeah, I definitely need nullification, I think, in the higher difficulties, because in the lower difficulties, I don't feel like they have very many buffs that really, like, needed to be nullified. But I'm assuming in the harder difficulties, it's going to be more apparent that it's, you know, being used, or it's going to be needed, because they're going to have more, you know, more things. Stuff and things. You know? But survivability is going to be my problem here. Like, I was already struggling to survive in normal difficulty on veteran. Like, it's going to be worse here, especially with negative reason. I go up against a poison mob, I'm going to fall over. Like these guys here, fucking dropping poison on the floor. It's going to straight up murder me. But anyway, yeah, I saw the article about Lost Ark's July update, and I was kind of contemplating, you know, semi playing it like very casually on the side, or maybe once or twice a week, or once every other week while I'm working or something. Just for shits and giggles and for fun, you know. Because like I said, it was a very satisfying game, combat-wise. But the fact that you couldn't obtain every island soul pissed me off. Like, legitimately, like, I read that article and instantly uninstalled the game. I didn't even give the game a chance to defend itself. I was pissed. It's like the only thing that kept me playing that game as long as I played it for was literally horizontal progression. I was quite literally gaining every island soul. I was doing every Una task completion. I was getting all of my boats unlocked. I was doing so much of the horizontal progression, trying like I didn't care about the vertical progression at all. Only thing I cared about was getting my horizontal progression completed and the achievements. And they completely and utterly ruined and gutted that for me by preventing me from being able to get the one island soul and then the one quest or whatever to obtain the lost art. Like, it was just two stupid ass achievements that they were like literally locking and preventing people from obtaining, which is so stupid. So, I'm kind of in the same boat. So typically, what I do when I first play a character, when I first play a game for the first time, I make a character. I play that character from start to finish, and I do everything in its entirety on one character before I start skipping content and X, Y, Z, right, and like speeding things up on other characters. The only reason I skipped the elite for this guy and went right to ultimate is because in this game, at least as of not recently, but like not that far off in the past, they updated it so that you don't have to do elite anymore. Elite is there strictly for if you can't, if your gear and your build isn't strong enough to jump to ultimate, you can go to elite and baby step in, because you need to do quests to obtain passive points and everything. But what they did is, if you don't do the quest in elite but you do it in ultimate, you get the reward from elite at the same time. So if you skip a quest in elite, go to ultimate, and let's say this quest would give you one passive point in elite and one passive point in ultimate. When you complete it in ultimate, it gives you both passive points. So this way, it doesn't force people to have to play all three difficulties on every single character. So it saves a shit ton of time, especially for newer players that are coming to the game, because now they don't have to, like I said, they don't have to play every difficulty across the board. Yeah, it's huge. So that's the only reason why I skipped elite, was for that specifically, knowing that I wouldn't miss out on anything. The only thing that it's going to allow me to do is not have to play it in the middle stage. I can go right from the beginning stages to level up originally, get my build started, right into the end stages, get the extra XP, get the finish all the quests to get all the points and everything, and gear up and get more XP. And I don't have to do the middle ground. It's just a time saver, right? Yeah, and like I said, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Sar, where I enjoy completionist stuff. I don't know if you've ever played Lord of the Rings online, Sar, but if you stick around, we're gonna be going back to it soon here. Me and Dig were talking about it last night, but that game so many achievements. It's ridiculous. And I'm not talking like Steam achievements, right? Right. So if we go to Lord of the Rings really quick. I'm not talking about Steam achievements, right? Because as you can tell, they don't have Steam achievements. But the game has been out for 20 years, roughly. Right? And what they have is they have built in quote unquote achievements, but they're called deeds. So it's like kill X amount of these mobs, do X amount of these quests in this zone, find all the locations of this area, find all the locations of this area, find these rare mobs in this zone and kill them and bring me their parts. Like so every single zone in the game has this, right? And let me Lotro interactive map, right? And the map is absolutely massive. So this is just one zone, okay? This is one of the starting zones in the game. Now ignore all the little dots because that's all like the spawns and stuff, right? So this is one starting location. I'm just gonna quickly open this and show you a list of every zone in the game from A to Z. And you'll see what I mean about there is a lot of completion in this game. So me and Dig have been playing it for quite a while. Dig's a little bit further ahead than I am. And we are basically attempting to 100% complete every single zone as we push through it at the current level of being there, right? So we're not trying to get to max level and then backtrack and then complete everything all at one time. Now, there are a handful of things that have to be done at max level, which those ones are being put off to the side, yes. There are some that, as a duo or even solo, you cannot complete at current level. You have to over level to go back to do it as a solo or a duo. So those ones we are obviously skipping and coming back to. But let me tell you, Sar, so many completions on that game. If you want to be a completion whore, try the game. It plays just like World of Warcraft with a few minor unpolishments and refinements that are missing. And it is actually a really good game. For being 20 years old, they are still pumping out content. They are still putting out DLCs. Like, and to top it all off as well, Star, I play it I have not spent a single penny in the game. And I have basically no limitations. Now, not to say that if you didn't spend some money, there wouldn't be some great quality of life you would obtain. But I'm intentionally playing it 100% free to play to prove that you can. And to prove that even as a free to play player, you can complete pretty much everything in the game. But it's a long, lofty goal. We're slowly working our way to it. We're only level 60 out of level 150, and we're only on the first expansion zone past the base game. And we have, I know you're about to go into an ad again, but we have almost 400 hours into the game. And we've only been playing one character. Just an FYI. Just to put it in perspective for you. And I don't even think we're a quarter of the way through the game. Like, I think me and Dig were talking about the other night. I think we're like more like maybe a fifth, maybe an eighth of the way through the game. Probably even less, if we're being honest. It's a massive, massive game that is basically for completely free to play. With so much achievement hunting, you will be lost in that game for so long. And then the lore and the story is just great. Less than 5%. Okay, yeah, so it's even worse than I thought. You're gonna be an ad. I'm gonna wait to reply to that until the ad break is over, and then we'll communicate a little bit more on what you just said. Because let me tell you, we play a lot of PoE here. Like, holy hell. I am kind of curious how much fucking PoE hours I have. I have no way to actually track my total PoE hours. Kind of sad about it. Oh, you back from your ad already? Okay. So yeah, we play a lot of PoE here. Start. put it in perspective, I've been playing the game for basically 10 years, 9 years. In the first 2 years I played it, I basically played like religiously, nonstop. And then after the first 2 years, I finally found a build that I loved, and I stopped experimenting as much. So I wasn't playing as much per league, and I wasn't making as many characters. Uh, so I would say for the last roughly 6, 7 years, I've been playing basically the same build, and I've been playing much less hours in. But for the first, I would say for the first year or two, I played on Steam. And then for the next 5 or 6 years, I played on the standalone client because Steam sucked. It was always laggy and crashing. And then I just this year went back to playing it on Steam because they fixed Steam. So, with that in mind, I have 2,500 hours on Steam itself. That's not counting like the 5, 6 years I played on the standalone client. Just say it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Sorry. So you're in the same boat as me. Like PoE is one of those games. You know what I mean? Like PoE is one of those games that you just put time in. And the funny thing is like I like ARPGs, but I'm more of an MMO player. The main reason I like the ARPG genre is because it's a palate cleanser for me more than it is anything. Where I literally just I turn it on, I party up with a few people, you know, from stream or just friends in general. We go in, we hack and slash for maybe a weekend or two. PoE is a little longer than that, right? And this game's been a little longer than that because I'm learning it, right? But like let's say a game I've like let's say Diablo 3 for example. Very boring game, very simple, very cookie cutter. On new seasons of that, we'll launch it and we'll play it for 2, 3 days, right? We'll group up with some people, we'll all power level. You know, we'll group up, we'll carry each other to get our builds, and then we'll get the achievements done and everything, and call it a day. So we might spend 20, 30 hours every season playing it. It's just more of a palate cleansing, just enjoyment, pass the time, kind of cleanse our palate from whatever games we were playing, and then jump back into them after we, you know, take a small little brief hiatus. That's what I see ARPGs are for me. Uh, After the initial learning phase, right? So PoE for me is kind of like that now because with how many hours I've played it and the builds that I've played, I kind of know what I like. And yes, every league I play the same build. Yes, every league I don't really get very far. Like, when I get the T16 maps, I start grinding them and I just get bored because I don't really feel like spending, I don't know, 200, 300 divines to juice my character out to like do harder contents and like do Uber farmings or anything like that because it's just not really my cup of tea. I'd rather just go and play something else. So I do limit myself quite a lot in PoE where I could play it a lot more. Uh, but it's like I said, it's one of those things that am I gonna get more enjoyment out of mindlessly T16 farming and dumping massive amounts of currency into my build to juice it out harder to be able to do harder content, or am I gonna get more enjoyment out of, you know, going and playing something like Lord of the Rings and getting like achievement completion and pushing into new content, getting new gear and clearing new dungeons and learning new stuff. So ARPGs, yes, they're great. I love them. I do play a lot of them and a lot of hours of them, but it's more like spread out hours for palate cleansing more than anything. Get every season challenge done in 2.5 days? Bro, that's crazy. What build did you play this season? I kind of cucked myself this season because I normally play Righteous Fire and it's like a brain dead build that like I don't have to pay attention to. It's just way too easy to get the T16 maps without like literally zero income. But then like to scale it into like actual hard difficulty actually takes a lot of currency. So I usually do that, but I was enjoying Death's Oath the previous season that I was testing it on. I was like, damn, this feels fun, you know? I played it one other season where someone spoon fed me some gear, and it was a lot more enjoyable because the pops are more consistent than an RF. Uh, and I had roughly the same amount of damage, and it just felt good to play playing a cultist like Death's Oath. It just felt great. So I was like, oh, let's try this on this temporary league, and I liked it. It was great. I played a more defensive oriented one, but still did good damage, and it felt good. I was just speed farming T16s or whatever. So on this league, I was like, you know what, fuck it. Why don't we just league start as a Death's Oath? And I regret that decision, and I will always regret that decision from this day going forward. I'm a little sad about the fact that I started as a Death's Oath this league, and then I ended up re-rolling a new character. And so the idea was I was re-rolling a character to test for next league if I wanted to 5-way Legion farm, right? I was testing a few builds to see if there was like a build that I liked for a skill that I liked that could 5-way speed farm, right? And let's just say I had some ideas, and I had some, ideas thrown at me, and some of them seemed okay. And so I tried an Impale Facebreaker Cyclone that on paper looked phenomenal, but after further digging, some of it didn't make a whole lot of sense, and the gear requirements were so high in order to get it to those points that it wasn't a feasible like league start character, right? And the lack of tankiness for my playstyle just didn't suit me. So I was a little pissed because we had a Slayer and we put a, like, I don't know, 5-6 divines into it. He felt bad. He wasn't progressing. He kept dying in T16 maps. I could barely even do 2 ways without getting like insta-gibbed randomly and stuff like that. So I was just getting pissy, right? So we were looking around some more, and I stumbled across a Kinetic Blast. Now, keep in mind, I don't play casters. I've tried casters in the past, and I fucking hate them. I don't play them on any character, on any game I really play. I'm more of a brawling, up-in-your-face, melee-esque, life-leeching, sustaining type of player. Tons of life regen or whatever. I switched the Slayer to a champion, and I kind of fell in love. Like, it's actually kind of fucking awesome. Oh, you played, yeah, sorry, when I get ranting, I read chat and then I forget about it, and then I don't read chat for a while, but yeah, the Elementalist Golem. EA, wait. Yeah. I want to say Elementalist. What's EA again? Animated Guardian? I'm thinking you Animated Guardian. But that's not EA. What's EA again? Oh, Elemental Air. Okay, yeah, got you. With the Blitz Totem. Yeah, Blitz Totems can be busted. There's like a shrapnel shot ballista build that I saw. That looked crazy, but the amount of requirements for that is also stupid expensive. Yeah, I mean, Flicker makes me sick, so I wouldn't play that. And yes, Auto Bomber would be a great idea, because as you like charge in, you blow up the screen, you keep just charging around and killing things. I keep seeing Kinetic Blast as a 5-way build where you just stand in the middle and just fucking blanket the whole screen, because it off screens everything. It just flies everywhere and kills everything. I keep seeing that as a 5-way carry build, so I'm not 100%. And yeah, the Duelist just feels great. Is there a Death Oath Auto Bomber? I mean, if you have like a POB, I'll take it. It'll block it, but I can still see it. Kind of curious. If you don't mind sharing it with us. I love... I love seeing new builds and like seeing things that I've like maybe overlooked or uh you know not seen before or underestimated or whatever. That fucking wrecked me. What the fuck? I died so fast. That's crazy. That was poison damage, but Jesus, that's what I was expecting to happen. Hey, it's going pretty good, Cat. How are you doing today? Did you ever go and pour one out for Ozzy? Okay. To this day, I've never played a cast on crit build, and I'm really regretting it because when I was like newer to the game, I always wanted to play a cast on crit discharge build with Cyclone because Cyclone's my favorite skill in every game. If you haven't noticed yet, I love the skill in every game, and I always wanted to play a cast on crit version of it, and I never did, and then they nerfed it. So now it doesn't trigger as often. I think they kind of fixed it, but it's still not as strong as it used to be. I've never got around to it. So, sorry. I think next league I'm gonna play a Blood Notch RF build. Um, that basically auto casts things on stun, and since I'm guaranteed to get stunned anytime something hits me, it's basically gonna be kind of like an auto bomber. Let me pull it up really quick. It's an AFK build. Technically, it's designed for AFKing Cineracums, but you can speed farm maps with it too. And it's got two variations to it. Um, so what do we got? I'm gonna find it again because I. So this is the RF Simulacrum. This is the one that I'm gonna start as. So I started as like a regular RF. You know, I pick up my stuff. Um, Now I will path it differently for leveling purposes. So I'll come up here. I'll pick up Arsonist. I'll get my flame. My fire mastery. I'll pick up a little bit down here. And then I'll head across. I'll pick up barbarism, right? My health regen, and then I'll probably head over, pick up more fire res, and then we'll head straight up and grab our judgment, everything else, and then we'll refund some stuff later as we start getting into the actual AFK part. But basically, how this build works, um, since you are blood notch and you're guaranteed to get uh stunned, it auto casts things on stun. Um, so basically, your righteous fight does about 1,000,000 damage. Just fine for any type of map clearing or carrying, right? And then it has detonate dead, which is whatever, it just clears mobs off the ground so you don't have to deal with them, right? And then it has this. So you have a 100% chance to ignite. And basically what happens is since you have the ring that spawns phantasms, you know, whenever you hit somebody, they spawn phantasms and you blow the, and as a chieftain, since you have the explosions, right? You're going to be getting big dig explosions, which 100% chance to ignite once again. And then you pick up this, which anytime you refresh the duration of ignite whenever you uh on cursed enemies, blah, blah, blah. Basically, so anytime you hit somebody that's cursed or whatever, you're gonna keep refreshing the ignite that's on there. So when you get a big explosion ignite on something from your chieftain pop, and you keep refreshing that ignite with all these uh skills that are constantly pelting the bosses, you have a permanent ignite that the boss just dies from ignite plus RF. Same thing with any mobs that you run across, right? You just kind of carry them through the map and they just die from the ignites. It's kind of crazy, and that's why I'm gonna run it as a league start. I'm gonna run a regular RF, and then I'm gonna branch into the 100% ignite. So I'll have to pick up, you know, ignite chance here since I'll be going across. We'll pick up the ignite chance over here. I'll grab the ignite chance down here. And anywhere else I can like get to 100% ignite chance, I will, because like there's ignite chance here. So I'll drop a little damage for the extra ignite chance until I can get tattoos to fill in, right? Uh, and then 100% chance ignite chance plus picking this up because I'm already right here, or I can anoint it later. It's not a big deal. Uh, I should be able to like get this build up and running relatively cheap, easy, and just kind of run through it. The hardest part is going to be getting the blood notch plus the abominable or whatever it's called. Yeah, and whatever this word is, immutable force or whatever. Getting these two up and running is going to be the expensive part. So I'll play it as a regular RF up until that point, and then I'll get into the blood notch. And once I get into the blood notch, I'll get into the auto casting and the stats and stuff. That's kind of like what I'm gonna be doing next league. So it's not really an auto bomber, but it kind of almost feels like one because with the gloves, right? Because this is the crazy part. Ignites you inflicts spread. So if you have a big mob, right? So this is why the AFK Center outcomes is so strong. Is you get one mob that pops, and then that guarantee ignites the mobs around it, which then spreads 1.7 meters. Every time you refresh it, the ignite spreads to the new mobs that don't have an ignite. Yeah, it's crazy. So you can literally stand there, and the ignite just keeps peripherally to all the new mobs. And on a regular map, if you're running through it, you get a pop, and you have a mob that has an ignite on it. It's gonna trickle to the other mobs near it if it hasn't already. So that's what makes the build kind of nutty. And since the pops do explosion damage, which is fire, you actually can leech a lot of the explosion life from the fire leech here, which allows you to take advantage of damage while leeching, which is kind of, in my opinion, kind of minuscule in a way. But small amount of leech goes a long way. Like even if it's like 1 damage leeching, you still get the 43% damage while leeching, which is where these come into play. Like as long as these are doing fire damage, like deals 300 fire damage, like boom, there you go. You're leeching 24/7 nonstop, which means you have that 40% damage increase. It's a cool build. Like I said, it's kind of like an auto bomber, but not really. It'll be my first of it, first I've played that's similar like this. I've always wanted to do somewhat of an auto bomber, like a shield, like a crit shield charge build. That when I shield charge in, and like with some heralds or something, it like cascades and like lifts the screen and like everything explodes with like ice explosions or something. I've always wanted to play something like that. Never got into it. Always wanted to, just never got around to it. Also, let me catch up on what you were talking about, Kat. You're about to do cast on crit today or yesterday. I threw 43 divines and gambled an apothecary. Oh my god. Did you actually get an apothecary? That's crazy. I mean, honestly, I can't think of a single build that couldn't benefit from a mage blood. So, Sar, instead of doing a flicker variant with body swap, why don't you just do like consecrated path? I feel like consecrated path is kind of flicker strike, but more controlled. And when it comes to the Ascendancy Star, no, I'm not taking the ignites from the Ascendancy. I'm taking the explosions. The fire res is -20 while stationary, and then I'm taking the fire resistance is 50% to the other two, right? So if I have 200 fire res, I have 100 cold and lightning, and then my max fire res is equal, is the same as my cold and lightnings. So I'm doing that for like the gearing purposes. That's like the best part about the chieftain is those two nodes that your fire damage or your fire res count 50% of your fire res counts towards your cold and lightning, and then your maximum fire res also counts as maximum cold and lightning. Those two are busted because it allows you to literally open up so many suffix slots on all of your gear and making gearing so much easier for your character because all you have to do is somehow get roughly you get 60 for the negative, right? And then you need to get to roughly 100 So you can deal with like LE weakness maps and stuff like that. So maybe like 125. So 125 plus 60 is 185. Double that. Let's just call it 180. You don't need to be 185 technically. But so that's like what? It's like 360 fire res, relatively easy to obtain. If you get like 40 on a couple pieces, like 360 is really easy. Especially since you're running Purity of Fire. If you have a Mage Blood, it's even easier because you just run a Ruby Flask and you're like fucking good. Um, but getting 360 fire res, not having to worry about lightning or cold on any of your gear, and then you can easily get your Chaos Cap. Boom. You are res capped super fast. You still have open suffixes for even more damage slots. It just makes the Chieftain so viable in so many ways. You like the randomness of Flicker? Yeah, I mean, I've never messed with Body Swap, but I was just saying, like, Honk Path could be a great option for somebody that wants to play Flicker in a different way. That's the only way I look at Conk Path, honestly. In Grim Dawn, I want to say no. I don't think Grim Dawn has fishing. I don't think they have any type of profession skills, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it requires a corpse. I mean, I could see that being a problem though. If there's like no corpse, you can't like swap to it. They would need it back. Oh yeah, forgot to summon these guys. I always forget to summon my pets, dude. The Glass, how's your build coming along? Sorry, I kind of am blanking on the build you're playing again. Wasn't it Oathbreaker and Inquisitor? Was your second one, I think? If I'm not mistaken. And you were playing kind of a hodgepodge of things. Like, did you say you kind of clicked a lot of different things and you needed the refund because you like put points into everything? Also, Glass. I usually give this offer out to a damn to a handful of viewers every once in a while, like people that are playing the same game as me and are interested in playing games and whatnot. But when I switch to a game, typically I give the offer to some of the community members that if they want to join me in that game, like if they've never played it before and they want to learn the game, they want to experience it, and they want someone to kind of hold their hand, show them the ropes. I do that in a handful of games, but if you've never played Lost Ark before and you wanted to give it a try, I'd be willing to like kind of show you the ropes a little bit, since I am kind of curious, or not curious, but interested in not per se giving the game another shot, but playing it a little bit more myself. I'd be willing to like kind of answer your questions and add you in game as a friend. So if you had a question, you could ask me, whatever. These resist scripts are fucking. I didn't expect to die that fast, or I would have popped my. But I guess I have a quick question for you while I had your attention as well. Um, Glass, if you're obviously. Um, are you looking for like new games to play or anything? And like, I'm just curious because like you were curious on like the Lost Ark thing where we were talking about it, and then you just got into this game or whatnot. I was just curious, like, have you played a lot of different games and you're just looking for something, or are you kind of like, I wouldn't say new to gaming, but you've only played, you know, you haven't played a whole lot of things, so you're just like kind of experimenting, possibly. So to explain why I'm asking, if you had any questions about other games and you wanted like maybe some recommendations, or you wanted like information on like other games that you were thinking about and you were kind of curious on like my thoughts, or wanted any like, you know, personal experience recounting and something, like I wouldn't mind like answering any questions if you had some.
Can't do that.
'Cause it basically just boils down to, you know, like that's what I'm here for. Use the words. Ain't no one understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. I don't know why, but that fucking line from that movie always comes to mind. Alright, so we are officially done in here. Oh,
Welcome to my workshop. Rift, you don't remember. You'll be Did you bring back the X?
oh.
Well,
Those are taken care of. Got huge XP from Crazy. Ad starting in a minute, guys.
you've followed the
Perfectly safe illusions for a price.
Alright. We got one more points here. Alright, let's get to this one. We have to. Okay. What were we messing with? We have this done. Alright, so we are 2 points off. What were we thinking about getting? Which gives us 3 points. We can refund. Oh yeah, we were trying to finish it. Okay. Alright, so what does this thing do again? On attack, does meteors. So currently we have fire and ether. Which isn't too bad. But we can do it on these guys. Alright, and then we need to refund.
I sense turmoil within you.
So we still have 16 points. We can get rid of 1 point here and 3 points of purple. Get rid of points. Still has enough, and 1 green. Alright, which ones are these? What do I get rid of? Which
Safe
one
journey.
is it? Why doesn't it just tell you what color it is? Green, bottom left.
What troubles
Now we have 5 points. Alright, so which one do we use? So this currently does almost 2,000 fire damage, 33% chance of confusion for the target for 2 seconds. Or this one that hasn't even leveled yet, and it's already at like 1,000 with burn over time. I think we switch it. Alright. Hopefully that gives us good damage. Sell some stuff and then we'll get back to our grind.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Ooh, Ellie. But it's less. So, kind of sad. Thinking that could be good. Ellie damage. Oh, it gives us +3 to the other thing as well. We can get rid of this one. This one's actually okay. We do lose a little bit of base damage though, like so if we switch this on, we do end up with total damage increase. But this Ellie res, oh my god, does this not have any Ellie res? It has Pierce and Chaos. Ugh. Reese's just not even further. Kind of like this one more. Even it does give us more damage. Right. So this is flat. Ellie with cold, not a huge help. Fire lightning, not bad combo. Doesn't give us anything underneath that we need. Does have double resist, but we're losing triple resist. Actually, yeah, that's not great. Ellie damage, kind of low on the resist rolls. Lightning, offhand. Ellie damage with Ellie damage. Great on it. Get rid of the weapons. Ability is old. What do we got? So physique, armor, chase, great, health, defense. Alright. I have to pee really quick. Give me just a minute, and then we'll get back to the grind. Oh, alright, we are back. Oh,
Put it to good use.
Yeah. Okay, so we can look at some of our components really quick. See if we can put basic components on these. Or like survivability. Like that's damage, 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 damage. More damage, but it does have some chaos res on it. Armor, armor absorption. I'm not opposed to this. This is energy regen. I think I just need one. As long as I keep one of these on, fine. Defense and health regen per second. I mean, this is all res as well, so put that down here because it's possible. Poison. This is more damage. That. Retaliation. Not gonna worry about that. Health and health percent. Kind of meh. Armor, fire res. Put that down. Anything with like res, absorption, or anything like that, we're gonna make down. Anything with like damage, we're gonna. Alright, so these go on guns, crossbows, and offhand, so not helpful for us. I was just thinking like in terms of like life leech is definitely worth it. Damage, health, physical damage, and ability, health. Possible? I don't think these are good. But I haven't tried them yet. Pierce, sense of ability, that's blockchain. Possible, but we're not using shield. These are the hand ones. Yes, so these are the hold on to these. Health and cold res. Ability. And health. Captain for armor. I feel like this one's better. Then we have this. Just poison. Okay. So with that in mind, we'll move a few of these things. For all the ones we don't super care about up here. Okay, and these things here. Alright, so the dynamite will stay, because I know we always need... I have no idea what these are. I feel like they're like quest items or something. Then we have... Yeah, it's like all of these as well. Those will all get moved. So that will be that tab. This is our parent tab. For our save view. Okay. I think we're good. Go back to what we were doing. I did leave off somewhere. I don't remember why I left up there, but we'll go this way. I'm not opposed to the meteors. I don't think it's the best. It's good for like AoE, I think. But I think there could definitely be better options. Kind of like the one that just stayed underneath the bosses, but if I'm kiting and that doesn't do a lot of damage, and these being AoE oriented, like they don't do a lot either. Gotta be a better skill to try. Oh yeah, wasn't I in this cave earlier and I died? Like there was like a random cave I went into. Where did I finish this? I don't remember. Did I finish this cave? I don't know. I think I found it and then I figured I'd come back to it after I turned in my quest. See if I had any quests for it. Oh, walk. Yo, mate, what's going on, man? And yeah, I know what you were saying in Discord that like if we get a good run, it could take multiple hours in theory to go through a justice run. So like starting at 4, we might run out of time. But at the end of the day, like if that is truly the case that we run out of time, I'm not that worried about it. That means we had a good run, and I don't care if I like min-max it to its fullest, but it's fine. I just suck at it so much. Like, don't get me wrong, I get lucky with how many like points and stuff I start with or whatever, that I can get somewhere around 10 to 15 boxes most runs. And I kind of gimp myself along to like wave, I don't know, like 50s, 60s. But I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally just like clicking buttons and hoping for the best, you know? Like, so it's never great. So if someone's actually picking the right buttons, we might actually get a pretty solid, long, and good run. I really, really need 3 fucking print. Like, really, really, really bad. I just can't bring myself to doing it. I really can't. And I know I'm definitely gonna wait until the ballot is, you know, more AFK games to do it, but bro, I just can't bring myself to doing it. Yeah, sometimes you can get some like crazy good luck, and sometimes you can get like really, really bad luck. Like I know there's been times where I run into a situation where it consumes all of my gold, and it gives me nothing to give me gold back, and instead it gives me like 7 fucking chests in a row, and I don't have any way to obtain the chest because I have no gold. It's not asking me for population or you know pop or anything. It's just straight, hey, 15 gold for this. Hey, 15 gold for this. Hey, 15 gold for this. Oh, hey, 20 gold for this one. Oh, 15 gold for this guy to give you +2 of a random blah or whatever. I'm like, I don't have any gold. Stop giving me these options to purchase things with gold if I can't purchase them. Like, seriously. It drives me insane sometimes. But I'm doing pretty good today. Didn't get as much sleep today as I would have liked, but it's fine. I ended up having to mow the lawn this afternoon because it's rained a lot recently, and I'm gonna be working all weekend, so I don't want to have to like wake up early before work or stay up late on a work day in order to cut the grass, you know. Because it rained yesterday and the sprinklers went off this morning, so the grass was really wet. So obviously you don't want to cut your grass when it's wet, but I had no other real option. I did it anyway. But yeah, we did that. I didn't get to bed till a little after 1. Then I woke up at like 9. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still roughly 8 hours, but I like to sleep a little bit more than that on my off days. It's fine. We got some errands done, you know, we went shopping, went to Sam's Club, you know, got some stuff, things. Hung out, went and got breakfast, watched a little bit of TV. Same old, same old. But yeah, got up, watched a little bit of TV with the wife before she went and laid down, and then got on the computer like right before stream time. So that reminds me, I do need to set up my BDO tonight. So we're gonna have to switch games a little earlier tonight than I originally wanted, so I can get my BDO stuff done and my Eidolon stuff done. So I'm thinking 3 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock. We'll switch over to BDO first, so I can get the AFK. You know, maybe I have to clear out a few things. I have to clear out the character. I have to sell some stuff. I have to repair some stuff. I might have to go and do a couple world boss kills really quick. Just got to run and go kill like 5 or 6 guys if they've respawned, and then set my guy up to AFK fish, and then we can jump into Eidolon. So obviously, the faster we get the BDO stuff done, the more time we'll have for Eidolon. Hopefully it won't take us too long to get that stuff done for BDO. Then we can jump into Eidolon a little sooner. But yeah, that'll be the end of the stream. We'll jump into all that stuff and get that stuff done. Get our characters all set up and everything. I honestly wonder if I even need the energy regen component on my amulet anymore. Hey Dig, got a quick question for you. People keep telling me I should buy components from the faction guys. I don't know the difference between a component and an augment. I don't know what they look like differently, like cosmetically. Like, do they look different so I can tell them apart? But do I need to go to the lower difficulty where I've done a lot of rep farming in order to buy them, or can I still buy them in higher difficulty that we just got to? What the fuck is eating me alive? What the hell? I was like, over here. So it's like a 2-part question. Well, I think I'll need them specifically for resist. Because like we're really struggling with resist right now. Resist is our like biggest problem and issue. So I'll most likely have to augment on top of components just to get enough resist to stay alive. More than likely. Yeah, I think giving the medallions will boost your damage quite a bit to allow you to work on the A-bombs. Yeah, that's a valid option. See, I did mine a little ass backwards, right? I literally farmed every medallion one at a time as I pushed through the game. Instead of like just jumping through the content and doing the A-bombs only and then backtracking for the medallions. I stayed on a map until I got the medallion, and I stayed on the next map until I got the medallion, and so on and so forth. So I think I'm in World 2? No, I think I finished all of World 2. I think I'm in World 3, and I'm like stuck. Damage-wise, specifically. I don't remember exactly with my Windwalker. But I gave up on pushing him because he was pissing me off, obviously, because I needed a lot of stuff to like level up his shit and to, like, push him further or whatever. And I was like, fuck it, we'll and then the Arcanas came out. I was like, yeah, we'll just leave him at fucking Gmush. And since he can get the AFK stones now, I just left him on Gmush, just chilling, farming the AFK stuff. So I'd go back to him eventually, and I just haven't yet. But yeah, congrats, mate. Pretty good. I honestly don't remember where I left off with my Windwalker. I don't know if I'm in World 4 or if I'm in World 3 or where the fuck I'm at. I literally couldn't tell you. I cannot remember. Alright guys, I am really fucking hungry. Give me a minute. I know we have an hour and a half left of this game to play before we switch over to BDO. I don't want to like minimize the amount of time we're gonna play on it, but I do need to go grab something from the microwave. I need to go put something in there and eat because I'm starving. All I've had today is like a small serving of mashed potatoes. Give me a second. I'm gonna go microwave some chicken.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Also, mate, thanks for the hydrate. I heard it when I was upstairs. I was like, shit. Yeah, thanks for the hydrate. Let's eat this really quick. I didn't realize we were about to hit level 72 as well. Yeah, so the wife made dill chicken tonight. One of my favorite chicken dishes. I don't know if any of you have had it. I don't know exactly what the dish is called. I just call it dill chicken because it's got a bunch of other stuff, but dill is one of the seasonings in it. One of the things you can notice. But I think it's like sour cream, a couple other things, some like chicken stock. It gets like, you know, simmered down a little bit so it's a little thicker. And then it's got dill and a bunch of other seasonings and pretty delicious. But I'm also a really big like sauce guy. I like Bam sauce, right? Like I want stuff that has like Bam flavor. I don't like subtle flavors. You know, like for example, I think soy sauce is a little too subtle. Like it has that flavor kind of, but it's mostly like a salt flavor, and it's like kind of subtle. It's okay, but I like it in combination with other things. So it's like bam, flavor. And I like thick sauces, right? So like when we're talking, let's say like barbecue sauce, right? I don't want a runny, like watery kind of barbecue sauce. I want that like globby, sticks to it like glue kind of thick sauce, right? Like that, and that goes for like everything. I like my mac and cheese that way. I like, my dill chicken that way. Like my Alfredo really thick, Peach raspberry drizzle. Dazzler. Interesting. Oh, you don't get me wrong. Not much of a fruit fan, but peaches are pretty good. Not a huge fan of, like, I like raspberry flavor. You don't like the raspberry texture because of the seeds and stuff, but I think those would pair really well together. Oh, you like thick sauces too? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, like, watery sauces are okay, but I want something that, like, I can, like, dip my thing into. And what I mean by thing is my food. I can dip my food into, and I can, like, kind of glob it on there and just have, like, excess amount of, like, sauce, right? So if I have, like, a piece of chicken, it's, like, a relatively larger piece of chicken. I want a lot of sauce versus a lot of meat, right? So I don't want like there to be a shit ton of meat and then a very little amount of sauce, and then I'm like just chewing on meat and there's no flavor. There's just meat, right? So thicker sauces allow for you to like get more, you know, sauce to meat ratio. And like I said, with that also additive of I want it to be bam flavor instead of that subtle like low tier flavor. I want like punch you in the mouth kind of flavor. Like holy shit, that hit me like a truck flavor. Sometimes subtle flavor is okay, but I don't know. Me personally, I don't want to be eating something that's just kind of like, man, I can kind of taste it, right? I love you with thick sauce. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. See, that's one of my problems when I'm looking for like a buffalo sauce, right? Like I like me spicy, right? Doesn't have to be crazy spicy, but I like some spicy sauce. And I like a good buffalo sauce, with certain foods. And almost every buffalo sauce I've ever tried has been watery. It's like runny, it's watery, more like a liquid than it is a sauce. Now, I have tasted a handful of thicker ones, that are more like a glaze than they are anything, kind of like the way they're labeled. But those ones don't taste very good. And some of the liquidy ones, like they have a good flavor. It's just they're so runny. I don't get a lot of, sauce to food ratio because it just runs right off of it. So I've almost given up on like buffalo sauces. I have found a couple that I liked, but usually they get discontinued, and it's really annoying. So I feel like the things that I enjoy for a buffalo sauce, most people don't. So it's like they don't sell as much as they would like, so they stop purchasing it. The stores. and then I can no longer find what I'm looking for. A little annoying. All right, grilled chicken has been eaten. All right, woo. That's what we're doing. All right, so we gotta go back to Devil's Crossing. It looks like I do see a quest turn in. Dun, 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 bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. 72, let's go. Trying to get to here so we can increase the burn damage. And don't know if it'll be good. But it is what it is. Gotta slay 2 more people. Find the apprentice in the cellar beneath the fabric. I don't remember what fabric's at. Oh man. Over here. Oh. The only downside I can see to those meteors is I might think they're fine when they're not. There's a tunnel there we can go. Let's explore over here first. Maybe we don't explore it. I think we do. It's annoying that I have to go to the other zone to get to it. Okay, so let's go check out Dave really quick. What's down here? We're about to find out. Pretty sure I cleared it on my other character. Or my other difficulty. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, we were going to talk about that earlier, but then Cat disappeared. As we were talking about Ozzy with Kat yesterday, and I was curious if he knew about Hulk Hogan as well. Wife told me about that this morning. Kind of crazy. I told everybody this earlier, mate, but when I used to live in Florida, I used to do landscape irrigation on the beach and stuff. In like different areas, obviously, but I drove by his house a handful of times, basically. Never really met him, never did any work for him or anything, but I thought it was interesting. Never realized that I had a famous person like living like around where I worked and stuff. But I never really paid that much attention to famous people. Makes kind of sense. Not that I'm not a fan of famous people, I don't really keep track of like that kind of stuff. Not really my cup of tea. I let them live their life. If I run across someone, I'm like, oh, that's a famous person. Hey, that's cool. I'm not gonna run up and be like, oh my god, I'm your biggest fan. Please sign my boobs. Please. Please. I love you. I want to have your babies. Like, I'm not that kind of guy. Like, if I run into him, I'll be like, hey, what's up? How's your day? You know what I mean? Like, treat him as any other person. Like, that's all they are. They're just a person. Granted, they have a job that puts them in the spotlight, but... Like, for example, one of my favorite actors, Jason Statham, right? If I happen to run into him, I'd be like, oh, damn, that's Jason. The fuck? Okay. Right? Or I'm not gonna get all giddy, doughy-eyed, fucking running up to him all fucking francy-like and be like, oh my god, you're Jason Statham. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You know, I'm not gonna be like that. I'm literally just gonna be like, yo, what up? if I actually interact with them, right? I might just see him and be like, oh yeah, that's dope. Right? And just let him do his thing. But like, let's say we're standing in a line or, you know, something like puts us in the same vicinity where, you know, I say hi, like, yeah, sure, I'll say hi. But that's the extent of what I would do. That is true, that is true. I don't really know him as a person, like Hulk Hogan specifically. But yeah, as a wrestler, I'm not saying he was the best wrestler, right? Because it's just like comparing Michael Jordan to nowadays basketball players, right? Yes, he was a legend when he played basketball, right? Absolute legend. But you can't say that he would be the same legendary player nowadays as he was back then, because the level of the game has gone up. The level of all the players have gone up. You know, and rules have changed and things are different than they used to be. So it's not that he's not a good player still. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying it's like you can't compare the two. They're not comparable. It's the same game in theory, but it's really not. Same thing when we try to compare like wrestlers, right? Or when we try to compare baseball players or football players. Like, you can't really compare them. Right? And for any other analogy I could come up with, like, just for example, take something like what's that guy's name? Mike Tyson. You know, recently he fought Jake Paul or whatever, right? And you can clearly see in the fight, like, he knows how to fight. He knows what to do. He knows how to like react, and he can definitely do some damage. But you can clearly see Jake Paul had like a massive advantage, even though, like, not saying Jake Paul's not a good fighter, right? He fought well. He did well. You know, he's trained hard. But if this was old Mike Tyson, like back in the day Mike Tyson versus like Jake Paul, it might have been a lot different because he had more stamina. He, you know, he wasn't as old, whatever, right? Like, that does play a factor, but, you know, like I said, it's the generational difference. Like, every generation of athlete is usually a slight step above the previous generation between the different like milestones that have been achieved, the different workout regimens. You know, like when Mike Tyson was a thing, you know, he was dominant and people had to get better to beat Mike Tyson, right? So the people that had to get better to beat Mike Tyson are now the new norm. And then people had to get better to beat that person, which then became the new norm. So it's just like common sense as well, and knowledge, right? Knowledge started from a lower end, and every time something new got learned, right, that got added on. So someone that might have been a genius 50 years ago nowadays might just be an average person, because the overall intelligence of people, like the bare, you know, the minimum I would call it, I guess, or the average I would call it, has gone up in comparison to what it was back in the day. It's kind of the same thing with like physical, you know, abilities and athletes and, you know, just in general, that kind of stuff. That's how I look at it. So, not that Hulk Hogan wasn't a legend, because he was. But at the end of the day, like, if you put him in the like perspective now, I feel like he's still a good wrestler, but I don't think he'd really be able to compete on the same level. Granted, we've already gone over this. Wrestling is partially real, but it is heavily scripted, right? So there are, well, I wouldn't say heavily scripted. It's like loosely scripted in a way where, hey, this is how we want it to end. Within like a certain parameter, if these are met throughout the match, we want it to end this way, right? If not, we want it to end this way. And give them some freedom to do the match as they want, but with certain criteria and guidelines in place of how they want it to kind of go, and lengthwise, and, you know, things like that. And they have the creativity and freedom to kind of make it their own fight. But at the end of the day, like, they kind of already have a winner in mind. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I don't know where I was going with this, but yes, I would say he's definitely a legend, but I wouldn't say, like, my favorite wrestler. Like, I don't really have a favorite wrestler, if I'm being honest. Like, I watched it a lot when I was younger. And I would say when I was younger, I definitely leaned towards, like, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Just because he was that just, I don't give a fuck kind of guy. But nowadays, it's like a lot more idealistic. Or not idealistic. Like, people that have, like, better ideologies or whatever that I would, like, click with more. And don't get me wrong, I still like me some Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold said so, right? But like Kane and Undertaker, those guys were always pretty awesome. They were their own, like, I don't give a fuck kind of people, but, you know, they kind of did at the same point. That's what I'm saying. Like, he was a legend, but he wasn't that good, right? That's what I was saying. Like, when it came down to it, I just think he had a likable personality, and his persona was, like, well received. So he kind of not got favoritismed or anything, but kind of played to his strengths, and it worked out. And he just, like I said, when you have that persona, when you have that likable personality, it just kind of goes in your favor, and it makes you that likable person, which gives you that clout to, you know, go up the charts and kind of make it into a legendary status. Versus if we're talking sports, you have to actually have the skill. You have to be able to back it up and put the effort into it. And I don't know if we want to do this, but we will. You know, like, some of the wrestlers, we can't deny that they don't have skill. Like Kurt Angle, for example. I don't know how true his backstory is, but if it is true that he was a gold medal Olympic winner in wrestling, then you cannot deny that the guy does not know how to wrestle. And we're not talking about like street wrestling. We're not talking about like um, entertainment wrestling. We're talking about like real, legit, like wrestling, like the wrestling you would expect to see from, you know, people in college and in high school that are doing it for sport, not the entertainment side, right? Like I said, there is that, like, some people just have that because they were real wrestlers, not just a bodybuilder that fit the bill of they looked like they could be a wrestler and they kind of threw him in and said, "Hey, go kick some people's asses." Was he actually a gold medal winner? Yes, that's sick. That's really cool. Because that, you can't say that for most people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is a feat in itself. That gives you clout in itself. Oh my god, deleted! I had nowhere to go. That's crazy. That hurt. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know where I was really going with this rant, but yeah. Kind of sad that he died. Like I said, I don't know him personally. I don't know him any other way other than I know he was a wrestler. He lived near me when I, you know, was in Florida. And occasionally I saw him or his son in the news. But other than that, I really don't know a whole lot about the dude. I never really watched him as a wrestler because he was like kind of before my time. I just know that like occasionally he would show up on the show and they talked about how, you know, oh my god, you're such a legend, you know, hey, you know, we respect you for everything you've done, blah, blah, blah. But like, that's about all I know about him. Is he? I don't know the name off the top of my head. I might remember him like visually if I saw him. I'm really bad when it comes to names as it is. Only reason I remember Kurt Angle is because he was like one of the main guys when I was watching it. Like, he wasn't at first, but like as I watched it more, he eventually came to the scene and kind of rose in the ranks while I was watching it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he has a legacy, but doesn't, just because you're a legacy doesn't mean that you are a good person. I will say there was one time, I have no idea who it was. Like I said, I wasn't really watching wrestling back in the day when this happened, but I was in a airport one day in North Carolina. I was heading to one of my basic trainings, and as I'm standing there, I see like a group of people just like kind of running across the airport, like the terminal, like baggage claim. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is everybody running? Fuck, is there like a bomb I don't know about or some shit, you know? And I look over where they're running to, and I see a dude just standing there. I think he's kind of a taller, more muscular dude. And I'm just like, okay, why are people running over to this dude? And when a few people moved, I noticed that there was this silver briefcase at his feet. And I'm like, huh, interesting, you know, situation I'm watching here. No idea what I'm looking at. And after a little while, everybody kind of cleared out and he picked it up. And I noticed it had a symbol on it that I recognized. I don't remember what the situation is or what it was called or what it looked like off the top of my head right now. But basically, it was one of those things from the WWE/F or whatever you want to call it, where the person holding the briefcase was kind of like the top dog, right? And you had to fight him for his briefcase. It was kind of like the belt, but it was a briefcase instead. It was a completely different thing other than the belt. And I remember it vaguely. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I just remember I saw that. I was like, "Oh shit, he's a wrestler," because I remembered the briefcase, and I had no idea who the man was. Not a fucking clue. Did not recognize him at all. Well, like I said, I hadn't been watching wrestling for a while there, but I just thought it was kind of cool. But I just happened to run into somebody like that. Because not every day you can say, yeah, I met a wrestler, you know, unless you actually go to the events and stuff like that. Money in the Bank, yes, yes. I don't remember what the whole briefcase thing was for, per se, but I do remember the briefcase specifically. Oh my god, he nuked me! Oh god, that hurt. Yeah, I know you still do. That's why I was like bringing it up, because I know you're still a wrestler watcher and you enjoy it. I figured you would know what I was talking about. So I don't remember what exactly the Money in the Bank thing was about. Like I said, I just remember the image. Like the actual briefcase itself, like it popped into my head. I was like, oh shit, that's from wrestling. No, 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 no. I'm hitting the one button, but I'm frozen. Bullshit. You weren't given work yet? What the fuck? Oh, I think my phone just. Hold on. Okay, hello, turn back on. Yeah, you know, I know, right, Kat? Like, I never watched pay-per-view ever. Anytime someone was on pay-per-view, I had to like get the tidbits from my friends and stuff, right? Because I was too poor to have that shit. And I remember like seeing that, like either you know those matches when they weren't pay-per-view and stuff. I mean, unless I'm recalling the information incorrectly, I could have swore I used to watch those. But I remember like some of the crazy like fights that I've seen where I guess crazy is not the right word, but like, oh my god, what the shit was that? Or like the Undertaker would like legit bury somebody in a casket. That person like had oxygen and stuff in the bro. That shit was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I can't fight this guy. This guy's literally just like one tapping me. It's kind of crazy. But we ain't gonna clear that. Lee or premium live event? I mean, it's fine. Whatever. He still wasn't given work yet? That's crazy, Kat. So they don't have any work for you to do? Oh, is that what it was? Where you could challenge whoever you wanted for whatever title? Interesting. Bro, the old Armageddon. That sounds so familiar. There was some cool names that they had for the pay-per-views. Like the once a year ones that would rotate through with the same names. Those ones were really sick. Yeah, what logo and where do you want it? What size? What color? What font? What angle? Like, are we doing a rainbow? Are we doing an arch? Are we doing a circle? Are we doing a bubble? Like, what? Give me some direction, people. Come on. Yeah, you message them and they're just gone. Oh man, the good old days, Kat. Good old. So, Kat, I don't know if I've told you guys this story before, but I used to work for like a temp agency, you know, before I got my job that I work on now. And so, you know, I would work for different companies, you know, on and off, you know, depending on, you know, what they needed me for, how long they needed, so on and so forth. Anyway, so there was this one company that were looking for people to hire on, you know, temp to hires, basically. So you were a temp for 3 months, and then after 3 months, they would either extend you an offer or your contract would be done. Bro, I have never been fucked over so hard in my entire life, ever. It was crazy, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kat. They didn't give you any direction. Like, add a logo to uh an export. Okay, what export? What logo? Give me some details of where you want it, size, color, location. It's crazy, right? Post a picture of. Oh, you posted a picture. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the ears definitely throw a dead giveaway that he's a wrestler for sure. I don't recognize him. Yeah, so he must have come in after the fact. So anyway, so the story goes like this. So they hired so temp agency basically worked with the ITT Tech that I went to school for, and they would take the students and give them temp work, so they can get experience before they graduate. So anyway, some of the people that I was in class with also got hired. So it was me. So a buddy of mine got hired a week before I did. Right, they brought him on, and he was working with them for like a week, and then they decided they needed more people, so they hired me and another person. It's like, all right, cool. And show up. They give me a computer to work with. They give me a mouse, and they say, hey, just this is a temp mouse. Tomorrow bring your own mouse. Not a big deal. Here's your laptop. This is the laptop you'll work with. So on and so forth. So I had my own cubicle. I had my own laptop. They gave me a temp mouse, and I brought my own mouse from there. Cool. I'm like, all right, cool. And they're like, all right, this is the program that we'll be, you'll be training on, and that you'll be. Basically, the goal was I was to test their product. I was basically a Q&A tester. They wanted me to go into the product, and they wanted me to look for errors and problems and bugs and report them and give them to people, right? So people can fix them. Awesome, right? Cool. I can do that. So day one was orientation, So it was a whole lot of just them talking and explaining the program and the company and things, right? Like, all right, cool. Day two was a little bit more training per se, right? And just kind of hanging out. So like day one, I'm sitting there. They talk about some things. I was in a room for like an office for a little bit, and they were going over some stuff. And they're like, all right, this is how the plan will go. This is the team you're on. This is your boss. Blah blah blah. This is the product. This is kind of how it works. Cool. So day one, I was kind of like busy all day. We're gonna have an ad soon, so maybe I hold off on. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on the rest of the story until we come back from the ad, and then I'll finish. We'll take a quick little hiatus from the story, so it doesn't get lost when the ad shows up. Okay. Wasn't expecting that slam, I was expecting the other slam. Expecting that slam. Can you throw the spike one really quick? Thank you. Now we will fight you. Oh shit. Wasn't paying attention to his hands for a second there. Kinda fucked me. Alright, do the spike drop again. Thank you. There's the slam we were looking for. Now we kick his ass for a few seconds. Oh, I got stunned! And then I got mega nuked by the fucking fireballs. Yo, what up, Thor? Currently in an ad. If you're not in the ad, that's fine, Thor. I'll talk to you, but I'm not. I have a story I wanted to finish. So we're holding off on chatting with everybody until the ad is over. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you slept well. Hope your day's going well. Appreciate you for stopping in and hanging out with us. We're kind of struggling right now. We moved on to the next difficulty, and we haven't fixed our resist yet, so we're kind of getting dunked on a little bit, and it's a little difficult. So kind of struggling a little bit right now. All right. So we gotta speak to somebody in the Brunswick's. We'll go 5 minutes ago. Hell yeah! So hopefully you slept well though. You got a good, nice, long sleeperino kind of thing, you know. Hopefully it wasn't terrible. I know some nights, man, I just can't sleep. You wake up early and it doesn't work out well. Here's the portal in Brunswick Village. That's further. Slept well. That's good. I mean, for me, I wouldn't say it's rare for me, but I definitely would say that it doesn't happen as often as I'd like because I do toss and turn quite a bit. And then I'm kind of a light sleeper, so, you know, sounds outside, like people mowing their lawn, or maybe there's like someone stupid is like revving their car engine or fucking fixing their boat, or, you know, bullshit around the neighborhood, right? That shit does impede my sleep quite a bit. Alright, so there is the one door we need to eventually figure out how to get into. Yeah, when it's really hot, I struggle to sleep as well. It's the worst. So when I was in Florida, when we first moved into our house, the inspector said, "Oh, this AC is probably gonna die in the next 6 months," and literally 6 months to almost the day it died. And I kid you not, within an hour of it dying, the temperature in the house went from roughly 72 degrees to about 85 degrees. Now, Florida's fucking hot as it is. Inside was ridiculous. I literally looked the wife dead in the eyes and I said, if we don't get an AC unit here within the hour, I'm getting a hotel room. I am not gonna try and sleep in this heat. It is not gonna happen. So she called a couple AC people. One of them, you know, said, "Oh, we can be out in like 30 minutes. We'll bring a couple of portable ACs, you know, cool down the house, or at least a couple rooms for you guys to like be comfortable in, and then we'll come up with a plan on how to fix your AC unit." And I was like, "Fuck yes! I don't care if you guys are more expensive. If you guys are willing to, you know, come out right now, bring some units to like temporarily fix us so we can actually live in this fucking heat, I will pay the extra to have you guys fucking fix my shit. I don't care. You're going above and beyond at this point. You're really helping me out. You know, I'm okay with it." Yeah, fuck the heat, man. I can sleep when it's cold as shit because you can just throw more blankets on, right? It's easy. But when it's hot, you can sleep butt fucking naked. Have a fan blowing at you with a fucking damp cloth or something constantly keeping you wet, and you're still dying of heat stroke. It's like crazy. It's the worst. Anyway, so back to my story I was talking about, Kat, before we had the ad. I wanted to take a break from the conversation so you didn't miss anything, or anybody else that was listening. Anyway, so, and I do agree. So typically when you first get hired on to a place, you're on probation, right? And you can be fired on probation for literally no reason. Right? Usually there has to be some sort of cause, but on probation, like you said, it's if they're not happy with your performance, that's all they have to say. Anyway, so that was kind of the case, but let me tell you the story before you like think, oh yeah, well it's normal, right? All right, my throat is bugging the crap out of me. So, I have to tell the story, so I have to pause it because I can't like tell it while I'm trying to stay alive on a boss fight. I think we're gonna leave this room actually. This guy's gonna literally kill us. Thank you. So anyway, day one, perfectly fine. Day two, I show up, and there's a early morning stuff that they had us do some more paperwork and whatever, and they're like, all right, well, go to lunch. When you come back, we'll set you up with some people to do some shadowing. I was like, all right, cool. So I come back from lunch. I eat lunch with my buddy that's been there a week, and let me just throw this caveat out there. My buddy, he started the week before, and he is going into manager meetings with managers and participating in these like actual meetings with these managers, helping them with stuff and doing stuff and working, right? Okay, so let's just throw that out there. Okay, weird, right? It's been there a week and he's in manager meetings. Okay, right? So I'm sitting there and I get back from lunch with him because he took me out to lunch, and then they're like, oh hey, we'd like you to go and sit with this lady and she'll show you the program and how we do things, and kind of show you around and teach you some stuff. I said, okay, cool. So I go and sit with her, and she has to be one of the dumbest box of rocks I've ever had to deal with. She knew what she was doing, but she wasn't very bright, right? So she was like showing me like how to move through the program and how to do stuff and how to get from different places, and she was showing me like, well, this is the kind of stuff we do. We click on this and then we see, can we do this, and this? Oh, we can. Cool. Is it not doing something it's supposed to do? Because this is what it's supposed to do. Does it not do what it's supposed to? I'm like, okay, I understand the premise behind QA. Okay. And so I was like chiming in and I was like giving feedback and asking questions and also answering some of her questions. Because she's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. I'm like, oh, if you click on that, you could probably... And I was fucking helping her with her own job, right? Because I'm an IT guy. IT makes sense to me. Anyway, so we're going through the steps, and, we're doing stuff. She's like, oh, look, we found an anomaly. This is what we do when we find something that doesn't work, or it's broken, or it's bugged, or whatever. And she went through the process of showing me all that out and everything. What was funny is I wasn't allowed to touch her mouse or her laptop. That was one of the rules. I can shadow, but I cannot touch. I was like, all right, whatever. So I sat with her for a few hours, and after that, she was like, all right, well, I'm done for the day, so you can go back to wherever you're doing. Ask your manager if there's anything else you do. I was like, okay. So I asked the guys that, hey, she's done for the day. The lady I was shadowing, what do you want me to do for this? He's like, oh, just hang out and look busy. I'm like, oh. Okay. So you just want me to look busy? Okay. Is there anything I can do? Like any training? Is there anything anything more I could do? Just sitting here looking pretty. And I said, no, we don't have anything for you right now. And to backpedal, I did leave this part out so far, as during our training, our introduction, they specifically told us we are not allowed to touch the product or log into it, touch it, manipulate it, test it, nothing. We are not allowed to physically touch a mouse or a keyboard with the program for 3 months. Until we're 3 months into, being with them. So my thought is, you wanted a temp to hire person. You wanted us to be there for 3 months as a temp to see if we wanted to hire us, but we're not allowed to touch the product or do anything for 3 months. Okay. Even more weird. And I'm sitting there in my cubicle and there's a guy next to me. And I asked him, I said, hey, when they tell you just to sit here and, and you have nothing for you to do, what do you do? He's like, I've been here for 6 months and I don't even have access to the program. I was like, well, what do you do all day? He's like, I don't know. I just make it look like I'm doing... He says he clicks around the program, but he's not allowed to test it because he doesn't have testing privileges. So he just clicks around the program and makes himself look busy, like he's doing something. I'm like, interesting. Okay. And then it's a relatively small company. Like you can sit in, like they had a massive open room with no walls. They just had a couple offices on the side. They had cubicles in the middle, and they had a huge like area around it that you could just walk around all the cubicles. The boss, the CEO of the company, sat at the front, and you could see him just sitting there. He drove like, he had like 10 or 15 like super expensive cars he would drive to work every day, and all his head executives were up there with him, and then they faced towards us, and you could, like the cubicles were only half cubicles, so you could see everybody's heads, and you could see everybody working. Like every section had like their own like department and everything. Anyway, I'm getting off topic, but basically they told me to sit there and look busy, right? So I said, okay, cool, I'll look busy. And I'm sitting there, you know, that day finishes up, third day comes in, and I show up, you know, I'm like, hey, what's today's plan? You know, he's like, oh, we don't really have anything for you today. I was like, well, can I shadow somebody? Can I work with somebody else to learn some more stuff? You know, is there anything I can do? He's like, no, just hang out until we have something for you. Okay. Sat there till lunch. Said, hey, got anything for me? He's like, no, go to lunch. I said, okay. I go to lunch, come back 30 minutes later, and I'm like, hey, back from lunch. What's the plan for the rest of the day? He's like, I don't have anything for you. Okay. What do you want me to do? He's like, just hang out, you know? I'm like, okay. End of the day, I'm like, hey, wrapping up, you know, is there anything last thing, you know, you need from me before, you know, I get out of here soon? He's like, no, you're good, go home. I was like, okay. Go home. I shit you not, 45-minute drive home. Right, so 45 minutes there, 45 minutes back. Not a close job. Get home, and I had to go through tolls to get there. It was kind of obnoxious. I get home, I get a phone call from the temp agency. Said, hey, I got some bad news. They said they're going to terminate your contract because you weren't grasping the information. Oh my god, did I lose my shit, bro. I fucking snapped. I wasn't mad at the temp agency. I started belting out laughter on this phone call, bro. She's like, are you okay? Oh, wait, I'm perfectly fine. I was like, you know what? I'm not even mad about this, but just for your for FYI for you, I want to tell you my side of the story. I don't know what they told you. You can tell me afterwards. I'm going to tell you my side of the story, and you can decide what you want to do with the information, and if you want to keep working with this company or not. So I sat down and I told her everything that happened for the last 3 days, and she said, are you fucking kidding me? I said, no, I'm not even a little bit. They made me bring my own mouse, which is fine, right? I don't care. You know, they had nothing for me to do. I wasn't allowed to touch the product. And she's like, well, if you weren't allowed to touch the product for 3 months, why are they having, like, why are they hiring temps for 3 months? Don't ask me, ask them. I don't fucking know. I was like, the only thing I want to know is, can I get my mouse back? And she said, I'll contact them, I'll find out and see if I can help you out. She calls me back and she says, oh, well, they said they already took your laptop and you know, reformatted and everything, and they don't know where the mouse is. They've lost it or whatever. I was like, so not only did they fire me for not grasping information that I clearly grasped, but I wasn't allowed to do anything, but then they lost my mouse and won't give it back. That was like $15 mouse. Whatever, right? What the fuck? So I even asked my buddy that was still working. I was like, hey, you know they let me go today because they said I wasn't grasping the information? He said, what the fuck, bro? You haven't even been allowed to touch the product. How are you supposed to grasp something you can't touch? I was like, I don't know, you ask me. He's like, all right. He's like, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. And I was like, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, only thing I want to know is I want my mouse back. He's like, what do you mean? Like, they made me bring my own mouse, and then they fired me after I was already off work and home. They said they lost my mouse when the temp agency contacted them. He's like, I'll look for it tomorrow. And he's like, nah, bro, it's gone. I have no idea where it is. And the only thing he was able to find was the dongle that I left plugged into the laptop. He couldn't find the mouse itself. Bro, I was pissed. Oh, I've never been treated so poorly by a company in my entire fucking life. And I was in the military, okay? They treat you like dirt. You know what I mean? Bro, oh my god, it was so awful. That shit was crazy. fucking crazy. Yeah, it was so stupid, mate. Oh man, I mean, I had other temp jobs that were much better, but that one just stood out as what the actual fuck. And what's funny is I don't even remember what their product was, but I've never heard of them. And I don't know of any company that uses them. I don't, like, it was such a weird company. Like, don't get me wrong, my company that I work for is small like that company was, right? But they had, okay, let me back that up. We had an office. Kind of got rid of the office because we didn't need it anymore. Most people work from home. But we had anywhere from 50 to 100 people working there. But when we did have an office, we had wings, right? Like, the executives were in one wing, the dev people were in another wing, you know, the IT people were in another section, and we had another section for, like, support people and stuff. Like, everybody had their own designated area with their team, and you know, people did their stuff, right? And that's kind of how it worked, and it was perfectly fine and accepted. We had our own cubicles and things like that, you know, and fine and dandy. But, bro, like, they never said, go and look busy. What? Blows my mind. What kind of work ethic is that to say, go and look busy? It like, and once again, don't get me wrong, my company is small and they do have their own like probation period stuff where you're not allowed to do certain things or whatever, but they allow you to touch the product, right? So if you're working with the support team and your goal is to answer help desk tickets and help people with their problems, you can't learn your job if you can't touch the product, right? I don't know, man. Like, I get it. Like, as a company standpoint, if you're dealing with sensitive information, like people's like personal information or medical stuff or, you know, whatever, you don't want random Joe Schmo day one out of the fucking, you know, on the job, going in, pulling people's personal information and records and stealing their identity and shit. I get it, okay? I understand the logistics and the logic and the legal ramifications for stuff like that. But if that's something you're dealing with, not wrong, Thor, not wrong. Yeah, Topher, they're just sitting there cleaning the glass, just spinning it in their hand, waiting for like something to do. That's what I felt like. Like, I get it. But if that is your worry and that is your problem you're running into that you're trying to avoid, there are better ways to get around that or work under that premise than to just say you can't touch this product for 3 months, but you have to somehow learn how to use the product. But we won't give you any direction. We won't set you up with anybody to work with or any, you know, labs or you know, any type of training or anything. We're just gonna sit you at a computer, tell you to look busy, and you're supposed to somehow learn from not observing or something. Like, that's what you have lower environments for, right? You have test environments. Test environments with test data, which is not actual people's information, that you can put people on, and you can say, hey, I want you to, you know, go into the lower environment. I want you to like mosey around the product, you know, test some things out, see if you can find any problems with the test stuff. Because typically 9 times out of 10, test environments are the same stuff you're working with fake information, but they put new patch releases into those environments to test those environments. So why is it that you're worried about people accessing your program and the information in the program if they're supposed to be testing your patches and your product in a test environment. So what that says to me is, since I wasn't allowed to touch it, it means I was dealing with people's real information stuff that to me says you are doing all of your testing in production environment with production information, with people's actual live real information, which is a no-no. You do not do that. You do not test in production ever. The only time you test in production is when it's passed in lower environments and succeeded and it gets promoted to production. Then you test with test data on production with the test data only to make sure that the thing you inputted correctly. So everything they did was incorrect. Everything. The way they trained us, the way that they, you know, were actually operating the program, the way that they were doing their QA, like everything from top to bottom was completely and utterly wrong. And I am so glad I do not work for that company. Blessing in disguise. Granted, I did get paid for 3 days worth of work. Wasn't very much, a couple $100 I think. Actually, I don't even think they paid me. If I'm being honest, I don't even think they paid me, which is also illegal. But it's been so long since that happened, I couldn't honestly tell you for like 100% certainty if I got paid or not. It's been so long. Like, I'm talking, that was like over 10, 12 years ago or some shit. So it's been a long time since I even, like, I've talked about it a few times, but I've never actually like paid that much attention. Fucking crazy, man. Some people, man, the audacity of these people. And you know what my experience at my new job, like the job I work at now, when I first got hired there? So when I first showed up to my job that I work at now, it was for my interview. Right? I walked up, I went up to the receptionist table, told them what I was there for, told them my name, wrote down, sitting there, waiting to be brought back. And the CEO actually walked into the reception area because she had just showed up to work. CEOs can show up whenever they want, right? On without. I had no idea who she was. Typically, when you go for an interview, you do your research. You know who the big players are. You know what the product is. You know what they do, who they work with. You do some research, right? Let's just say I did nothing. I just showed up because my buddy worked there, and he was doing an internship with them, and he moved to a different department. And said that, you know, hey, there's an opening in my position I was working at. If you are interested, I'll put your name in for it. I'll fuck down, hell yeah. Right? I need a job, and that sounds like fucking exactly what I want. So he puts my name in, you know, and I show up, you know, thanks for the next day, with no information. And the fucking CEO, like I said, she walks up, she stands right next to me. She says, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? You know, you having a good day? She's like, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Like, well, what are you here for? And I was like, oh, for an interview. She's like, oh, okay. Well, I hope you have a, you know, good interview or whatever. I was like, all right, thanks. No fucking idea I was talking to the CEO, right? Pleasant conversation. After she walked past, she grabbed her mail from the lady, and I'm just thinking, I was like, this is a little odd. Like, why is the receptionist giving her mail? I'm not thinking too much into this. And he leaves, and the receptionist says, do you know who that was? It's like, oh, I'm supposed to? It's like, that was the owner of the company. I was like, oh, shit. Did I do something wrong? Did I make a fool of myself? Like, she's like, no. But she normally doesn't talk to people. Like, so is that a good thing? Like, should I take it as a compliment? Like, what are we saying here? Like, oh, she seemed to not dislike you. Okay, cool. Then I go into my interview, you know, and we're just having conversations. I'm answering questions, you know. I'm feeling like it's going terribly wrong. And, you know, at the end of it, they all come in. They all say, yeah, we like you. We like you, you know. I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, yeah, when can you start? I was like, today? Tomorrow? What do you need? Like, all right, cool. He's like, well, what kind of are you interested in? You know, days, nights? He's like, oh, I have a choice? Okay. I prefer nights. I'm a night guy, you know. Like, all right, sweet, that works. We have a night guy that wants to come to days, you know, and, you know, we have an open slot. So like, that works for everybody. I was like, all right, cool. He's like, all right, well, can you come in starting on Monday? And this is like a Wednesday or something. Yeah, sure, it works for me. So we just gotta get the paperwork all sorted up, you know, get your training all scheduled and everything. Like, all right, cool. Fucking show up on Monday, you know, they have my badge ready. Well, not ready per se, but they had someone ready. So they took my picture, they created my badge, they, you know, the person was ready to do my training and my intake and all my shit. So, you know, go into the office room, they go through the slideshow, you know, we answer questions, we do a lunch, we spent 3 days in fucking in slideshow presentations, and then they're like, hey, we need you to shadow, you know, support for a day, so you can kind of understand how the product works from their standpoint before you go to your department to work in your department. So I shadowed them on Thursday and I shadowed them on Friday, and then, you know, on Monday the following week, they literally they said, all right, we need you to shadow your department this week. Okay, so I went over to my department. I shadowed, you know, for a week over in my department of the different people, you know, different day guys and stuff. And then the following Monday, like, I'm literally the second week I'm there, they're like, oh, start of the third week, like, all right, we're gonna throw you into nights. Wait, what? Like, yeah, you're gonna work 1 week nights with the other night guy before we transfer the other guy to days. Oh shit. And then you're gonna be on your own. What? Excuse me? So I spent 1 week of shadowing support, which isn't my department, and doing introductional slideshows, to 1 week of watching someone working with someone that does my job at night, to learn from him, to now I'm on my own, completely on my own, no supervision, nobody like supervising me, the only person on shift doing all this work. What the fuck? Talk about being thrown in the goddamn deep end. But that was how my company worked, right? They threw me in, they made it was sink or swim basically. And obviously I could call the other night guy if I had any questions or needed any help with anything, and he helped me out, you know, on and off whenever I had a question or I needed help with something. You know, I took notes, I wrote things down that, you know, I needed to remember and stuff like that. And that was almost 10 years ago now. And I'm like one of the best night guys they have. Oh, 1000%. Everybody else that has come on after me or has replaced people, they do not have such an accelerated like plan like I did. Like, it was crazy how fast they threw me into the deep end. And my boss nowadays, like, he loves me. What's funny is my boss now was the other night guy that trained me on my second week at the job. He moved to days and took over the management position like 2 years ago. And he told me, he's like, you know, if I ever decide to leave, I'll put your name up for replacing me. It's like, if you do that, I will haunt you in your sleep. I do not want to leave nights. He's like, I know. I would just say, like, you're the only one I trust. I was like, oh, I get it. But ain't no fucking way I'm taking your job. Ain't no that way. But yeah, we talked about it. He's like, bro, he even said, he's like, I've never seen somebody get thrown in so fast like you did. He's like, but it did help that, you know, you did IT in the military for like 3 years. You had a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. You had multiple other jobs and experience doing IT for many years. So they had and you were still like finishing your or you'd already finished up your schooling, you know, somebody vouched for you and everything. Like, he's like, you had so much of the criteria, like, that wasn't even on the list. So he's like, you were definitely like our top candidate. And I was like, I don't know why. I bombed that interview. I was fucking dreadful the interview. He's like, yeah, but your personality was perfect to like match the team, and you were honest to a fault. No matter what we asked you, you didn't fucking lie or bullshit your way out of it. You were super honest. You answered everything. You know, you did your best. You had a good personality and, you know, good vibe about you. Everybody liked you. But you knew your shit, even though you were wrong on most of the things we asked you. You still knew what you were talking about. You just said the wrong shit. But I just thought it was funny. He's like, yeah, no one gets tossed in that fast. Like, well, why was I? He's like, I don't know. I guess they knew you could handle it. I was like, I don't know how they knew that. They didn't know me from fucking Bob on the corner. Brand new, bitch. Crazy. Yeah, that shit was nuts. That was kind of like when I was in the military too, though. Like the military had its own like accelerated program for classes and teaching. So typically, how it works in the military is, you know, you go to your MOS school and you take classes, and some of it are, you know, short, some of it are long, depends on which career you have. But for an IT career, they crammed 4 years of college classes into 2 months of school. I don't even know how that's physically possible. Like, we spent 1 week on networking, 1 week on, like, you know, operating systems. Like, we basically every week was like a different subject, and we had to pass the test, and we had to cram all this stuff into like everything. It was so accelerated. And by the end of it, like, the one thing that I excelled at, that I grasped better than anybody else, was the networking side of things. And I kid you not, we got to our MOS school, and the first thing they asked was, what did you excel at in your school? You know, once we got to our station, they're like, what did you excel at in school? What did you like? What were you good at? And everybody was like saying what they were good at, and then they were like kind of confirming, like, oh yeah, well, which one, who was in class with who, you know, and they would just like kind of reaffirm what the other person was saying by asking the other people. And I remember they said one day, they said, hey, is anybody from your guys' class good with networks? And they all turned and pointed at me. They're like, so you're good with networks? I was like, I don't know. It's like, well, you're either good at it or you're not good at it. I was like, I don't know. I liked it. And, you know, like, seemed to understand it. It's like, all right, well, come with me. And they fucking dragged my ass into the NOC, which is the, you know, Network Operations Center, which is where all the routers and the switches and everything funnels through. And they had me working in the NOC from like day fucking 1. I'm sitting there, I'm like, why is it every time I get a new job, they toss me in the goddamn deep end every time? Fuck! I'm literally I'm an E1, which is the lowest rank you could possibly be, and I'm working next to all the E6s, and E7s, and the E5s, and I got all these fucking higher ups and the captains and the fucking officers all coming in and talking to me, asking me questions. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, bro, I'm just a lowly peasant. Why is this happening to me? And we used to do like field ops and stuff all the time. And I remember there was one field op where they put me out in the field, and I was like doing field work. So I was like setting up laptops, I was monitoring the sat phones and stuff, and I did IT work, right? And it was supposed to be, I think it was a 1 month field op. So you had to stay out in the field for an entire month, which is obnoxious. I remember I was 2 days into this field op. My gunny shows up in his personal vehicle, drives up to the site, asks for me by name. I've seen this guy once. Never talked to him. asks for me by name. They point me out. He says, I need you to pack up all your stuff and come with me. I was like, ah, fuck, what did I do? And I guess I was requested, once again, by name, by all the higher ups to get my ass back to the knock to help run the knock for the field out. And I was like, okay. So for the entire month during this field up, I was stuck in the knock. And the knock, let me just paint a picture for you. The knock is the secure, requires a security clearance, like a high security clearance, in order to be in there, because you're dealing with actual people's data. You can actually fuck up networks. You can connect people that aren't supposed to be connected to the network. You can do some real fucking trouble in this place. So you have to actually have a legit security clearance to access it. They fucking tossed me in at the lowest possible fucking rank and just fucking sink or swim bullshit. But basically what ended up happening was I was the only person that networking as much as my sergeant did. And basically it boiled down to we were a two-man knock team. It was him and me for the entire knock, for the entire 3 years that I was stationed there. And he taught me things, you know, I learned from him. You know, I did my own stuff as well because I knew what I was doing. He just said, hey, I need you to do this. I said, all right. And I'd go and get it done or whatever. In that 1 month field op, I kid you not, I averaged less than 2 hours of sleep a night. Like, I would go to sleep for about an hour or something. I get a phone call, like, because we just slept in the knock. We didn't get to go home. There was only 2 of us, so we were taking shifts. Like, we'd be on shift together every once in a while. Like, overlapping a little bit. But basically, I would work the night shift, he would work the day shift, and we'd overlap somewhere in the lunch time, you know, in the middle. And in the entire month, we barely slept. Because anytime something would happen or something would come up, we would have to deal with it and fix it. And since there was only 2 of us, you know, we had to split the load between the 2 of us. And, you know, one person had to stay on the knock at all times. So if something popped off in the middle of the night when only one of us was on, the other person had to get up, show up, get in, you know, take over for the knock while the other guy went and took care of whatever needed to get taken care of. It was fucking obnoxious. And long story short, after a month of doing this, the field op was, you know, finished, and the higher ups were like, all right, everybody, we're wrapping up. We got to make sure we get everything cataloged, logged, you know, tracked, blah, 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 cleaned up, put away, and da-da-da-da. And it was like noon. And they're like, all right, so you have to the end of the day to get all this done. We're like, all right, cool. So me and my sergeant go to walk off to go take care of the knock stuff. And they say, all right, you two come here. Like, what the fuck? What do we do now? They literally forced us to go home. They say, these are the only 2 people that are allowed to go home because they put in more work than all of you put together. So they literally sent us home on a Friday afternoon at noon. My sergeant dropped me off at the barracks. You know, I went up to my room, I laid down, and I passed out. True story, I've never slept this long in my entire life. Never again. I fell asleep legit at probably 1, maybe 1:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. I woke up Monday morning at 5 a.m. I literally woke up and I said, what day is it? I was so lost. My roommate literally came over to me and shook me awake. Because I was sleeping through my alarm. After 3 days of sleeping, I was still sleeping through my alarm. And he shook me and he said, bro, you need to get up. I was like, what? What why? What happened? It's like, time to go to work. I was like, wait, what day is it? What the fuck? Like, it's Monday. I was like, what happened to Saturday and Sunday? He's like, yeah, slept through it. I was like, there's no fucking way I slept through Saturday and Sunday. I looked at my phone and sure as shit, it was Monday, 5 a.m. I was like, fuck! And I guess my sergeant did the same thing. He slept the whole time, just like I did. So we get to work, and our gunny's like, why don't you guys have haircuts? And I was like, Gunny, you're not gonna believe this, but I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning after going to sleep on Friday. He's like, there's no way you slept from Friday to Monday without waking up. I was like, no, seriously, Gunny? Like, I legit slept from Friday to Monday. He's like, where's your roommate? And my roommate comes in and he's like, all right, don't fucking lie to me. Did your roommate get up to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, do anything this weekend? He said, Gunny, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had to make sure he was breathing a couple of times because he didn't move, budge, or anything. Like, I walked into the room on Friday afternoon after we got off of work, and he was in the same position on Friday afternoon or Friday when I saw him that he was when I woke him up on Monday. He didn't even roll. I was like, damn, I must have been dead asleep. I didn't even roll because normally my shoulders start hurting and I toss and turn. I didn't even roll for 3 days. I must have been fucking out. Shit was hilarious. And he's like, okay, well, since your roommate vouched for you and it sounds like a legit story, how about this? You and the sergeant go and get haircuts right now. Bring back some donuts for me. And we'll call it even. I said, hey, that's a deal. Let's go. So we go and get our haircuts. We grab breakfast. We grab him some donuts. You know, we do stuff and things or whatever. And we get back to work. And I was fucking mind blown. I have never slept that much in my entire life. But I've also never worked harder in my entire life. And it wasn't that it was hard work. It was just non-fucking stop. It was like, hey, we need these 100 accounts created. We need these we need these user groups made. We need these laptops, you know, added to the domain. We need this cable run from here to here. We need these switches and routers configured. You know, we need this updated. We need that updated. Like, it was just non-fucking stop, and it didn't help. I'm pretty sure I've told this story before, where me and an actual captain got into a fucking heated argument, and I'm surprised I didn't get arrested for it, because I straight up disrespected the fuck out of this guy. He pissed me off, and I went way over the line. But my sergeant, my gunny, and my captain, and everybody kind of stood up for me, because the guy was being a dick, and I didn't deserve it. But anyway, long story short for that conversation is, like I said, I've told the story before, but I don't know who here has heard it or not. But basically, he came in the middle of the fucking field op. Like, we had been going for like over a week already. And he brought me a form to create his account. And I said, okay, thank you for your form. I'll process it. As soon as I can get to it. He literally, when I said that, he looked me dead in the eyes and said, no, you'll process it now. First off, yes, I'm a low rank. I'm on the bottom of the food chain. I also am a human, and I have some sort of dignity, pride, a little bit of arrogance in me, obviously. You can't treat me like a piece of shit and not expect some sort of backlash. I don't care what rank you are. I don't care if you're in charge. You don't treat people like trash and not expect to get some pushback, right? So he said this to me. With an all serious monotone face, I looked him in the eyes and said, sir, you just gave me your account. I have 100 other forms I have to fill out. When I will process. Deal well with bullshit. And I looked this captain back in the face, and I said, sir, I don't care if you're a captain or fucking Jesus. I will process it in the order I received it, and if you don't like it, you can ask somebody else to process it for you. He says, let me talk to your supervisor. My sergeant comes in. I'll go and grab him, bring him. I tell my sergeant what's going on. He said, okay. He comes in and said, hey, sir, how can I help you? He's like, well, your subordinate won't process my information like I'm telling him to. And he's like, well, let me see your form. And he sees the form, and he looks it over. And he said, okay. you need a user account created for you, you know. You just handed it to him. So he'll process it in the order he gets it in. That's our standard operating procedure. He's like, no, that's not how this is gonna work. I need it created right now. I need to get on the network, blah blah blah. And he said, sir, that's not how our operating procedure works. And he's like, well, that's how it's gonna work today. And he's like, I'm gonna tell you the same thing he told you. I will process it in the order in which it's received. Same thing I'm gonna tell you, same thing he's gonna tell you. He's like, let me talk to your supervisor. So our captain comes in, and it's captain to captain. He's like, I need it created now. And the captain looks at him, he's like, and they have back and forth a little bit. He's like, hey guys, can you just create it just to get him out of here so we don't have to deal with this? And I said, sir, here, I'll solve this problem for us. And my sergeant was like, oh shit. I grabbed this motherfucker's form, I walk it over to the paper shredder, and I shredded it. My staff sergeant fell on the floor and started crying. It was so funny. He had lost it. It was over an hour of this back and forth bullshit, and he lost it. He couldn't hold it in anymore. It was so fucking funny. This captain fucking turned bright red, got in my face, started screaming and hollering. He's like, sir, this isn't going to make your process go any faster. If you would like your process, your request process, can you please fill out the proper forms and return it back to us promptly, and we will process it in the order of which it was received. This motherfucker was pissed. He storms out. I have 5 captains, staff sergeants, gunnies, first sergeants, all storm into my office after the fact. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I am in so much shit right now. My sergeant looked at me, he's like, I can't believe you just did that. But God, was that funny. I'm like, I'm sorry, but he fucking deserved it. And he's like, yes, you did. I just didn't have the balls to do it myself. And everybody was dying laughing, but when everybody walked in, we all shut up. Obviously, they could hear us through the door laughing. They all come in, and they ask for the story. You know, everybody one by one. They asked me, they asked the sergeant, and obviously they got the story from the captain. They asked our captain what happened, and all the stories lined up. You know, the guy was being a dick. He was forcing us to bend standard operating procedures and bend rules because he was throwing his captain rank around and XYZ, and you know, I wasn't bending, and our sergeant, you know, decided to hold ground like I was, and you know, kind of hold my back. And they're like, okay, that all sounds, you know, whatever. And then it was so funny. My sergeant that was in the back, or my staff sergeant that was sitting in the back of the room that entire time, finally, after 2 hours of watching me getting my ass framed and just dealing with this shit and the shit that I went through and answering all these questions and going through all these stories, he finally stood up and he says, bro, he's the only one in this room that had the balls to do what was needed. Can we just lay off his ass? My sergeant lost it. He was stayed composed the whole time, but when my staff sergeant finally stood up and said that, he cracked up. He's like, I know, I said the same thing. It's like he was the only I didn't have the balls to do what he did, so I can't even fault him for doing it. And my first sergeant, my staff sergeants, my gunnies, my fucking, you know, everybody that was there, like our captains and everybody, even though Lieutenant Colonel showed up. And it's funny is like, I'm skipping the story a little bit, but when I went to get out and we had to do our like offboarding procedure and you had to talk to all these people, the fucking Lieutenant Colonel remembered me from this situation. He's like, I'm so glad we didn't have any more reenactments of that one field op with you after that one time. Oh yeah, me too, sir. I think everybody kind of knew not to fuck with me after that one. And he's like, yeah, I don't think anybody wanted to push your buttons after that one since, you know, you kind of got away with it. I was like, hey, it wasn't intentional, but I mean, it was deserved. He's like, oh yeah, 100%. We all agreed with you. That motherfucker was being a dick and he needed to be put in his place, but we wish it wasn't you that did it. I was like, I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was wrong. I'll take the slap on the hand for it. You know, I'll take the punishment, you know, for stepping over the line, but I never did it again. You know, I never went past the line. I never, you know, I was pretty towed the line ever since then. But it was just one of those things that you should never do that. That should come from a place of a higher position, not this guy that just came out of boot camp and just fucking slapped this captain across the face. That shit puts you in jail in the military, right? But anyway, like, my staff sergeant said that, so they all look at each other and they all just start laughing. Like, literally, like, even the gunnies, the first sergeants, everybody were all just laughing. They're like, yeah, we came in just because we wanted to hear your side of the story, because that shit sounded like it was too unbelievable to be real. We couldn't believe that you actually did that. We had to come in here for ourselves. And it was just so fucking funny. Oh. They literally said, so you're not allowed to work anywhere but the knock from here on out. I was like, what? Like, yeah, like, nobody would have done what you did, and they would have just did it and then gotten yelled at for breaking operating procedure later by somebody else. The fact that you stood your ground and did what you were supposed to do from start to finish, minus shredding his shit, like, you're in the right place. I'm like, all right, cool. Oh my god, yeah, that shit was so funny though. Like, oh man. And ever since then though, like, they had like a newfound respect for me or something. I never really worked. It was so funny, mate. It was so goddamn funny. Oh man. And it was, what was even funnier is like when we were all talking about it and they're all laughing, they're like, yeah, nobody likes that captain. That captain comes around and always swings his big dick around thinking his shit don't stink and he can do whatever he wants because, you know, he's talking to the lower ranked people and they cave. They cave every time. They just do what he says because, you know, technically you're supposed to do any lawful order that comes from a rank above you. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, that's just how the military works, right? And like I said, he always gets away with it. Since he always gets away with it, he just keeps doing it. And I was the only person that had ever stood up to him on it and like wouldn't take his shit. And they just thought it was fucking priceless. Oh god, that shit was so good. That shit was great. Oh, he was a complete asshole. He literally never got promoted because he didn't have personal skills. He couldn't have a conversation with people without demeaning them or being an asshole or talking down to them or just anything like that. He was just a degrading piece of shit. And what's funny is later on in the field op, after I finally made his account, you know, and whatever, they were having computer issues and I had to go over there and check their shit, right?
Right now.
Yo, Topher, thanks for the hydrate. And I see this captain in the room. And I'm like ignoring him, right? And I can hear him just muttering in the background about me, just pissed that I'm still there, right? I'm still doing shit. And I'm helping people. I'm being super helpful, super nice to everybody. Getting their computers all set up, troubleshooting their stuff, answering their questions, you know, taking their forms, blah, blah, blah. I'm like super nice, super helpful to everybody. And someone made a comment about the captain's machine. And I was like, oh, okay, I can take a look at it. I was like, but I can't do it while he's sitting there. He needs to move so I can actually work on it. He's like, I'm not moving. I said, if you're not moving, I ain't helping you. I walked out. I refused to work with the man after that. So my sergeant showed up and fixed it for him because I wasn't going to deal with it. Yeah, that was probably the funniest thing ever. But yeah, like I said, ever since then, like, after that field op was over, and, like, it's like the higher-ups just, I don't know if, like, they had a newfound, like, respect for me or something. I didn't really work after that day. Like, I would be sitting there with everybody else, hanging out, you know, shooting the shit, just talking, because we don't really have a whole lot to do stateside, right? We have training and stuff, but other than that, there's not a lot to do. Clean up the shop, make sure it's clean, you know, take care of the Humvees, you know, inventory stuff, you know, make sure the product's up and running and blah, 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 and there's nothing wrong with shit. Like, that's basically all we do. And we do, like, little training sessions. Like hey, we're going to set up a temporary network. We want you to troubleshoot and stuff, whatever. Like, they do some little trainings like that every once in a while. But we're, like, we were sitting around just shooting the shit most of the time, doing, like, little things around like the base, helping people out, you know, like mowing grass and picking up trash and, you know, helping other departments with things when we have nothing to do. Anyway, I can't tell you how many fucking times I had like a gunny, a staff sergeant or a sergeant or even a lieutenant or a captain come up to me and just be like, hey, I need you to come with me. I'm like, fuck, what do I do now? You know, I'm like kind of worried because, you know, I'm already towing the damn line at this point. And, you know, my staff sergeant, the one that I fucking made lose his shit in the knock, came up to me one day and said, hey, I need you to come with me. I was like, okay. We start walking. I was like, do I need my hat? I said cover, but do I need my hat? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. So I start walking with him. We go outside, and we're just walking towards his car. I'm like, can I ask what we're doing? He's like, I'll tell you in a minute. I was like, okay. So, you know, we get to his car. He closes the door. He's like, I need spotting buddy. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I need to go to the gym, but I need someone to, like, spot me. So we're going to go to the gym and work out. I'm like, wait, what? I'm getting out of work to go work out? Fuck yeah, let's go. What the fuck? I gotta go see. I'll finish the story in a second.
Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too fast. I wouldn't catch it.
I'm gonna die surrounded by the biggest idiots in the galaxy.
Alright, I'm back. No, I love that quote from that movie. I just wish that soundbite was louder. Yeah, I know, Thor. I need to get a new one, but there isn't another one. Like, there isn't another, like, that soundbite doesn't exist on the soundboard in a louder form. It's just that one. It's really obnoxious. Anyway, so, like, yeah, the staff sergeant would, like, pull me out of work to spot him working out. Like, I literally would just go work out with him. Like, I do my own workouts, and then I'd like watch him, like, you know, make sure he doesn't drop the weight on him or anything like that, you know, and help him work out. Like 2 or 3 days a week, you know, every once in a while, like, because I worked out. I would go for my own morning runs at like 4 a.m. I'd go on like a 6-mile run, come home, take a shower, get my workout clothes to go to work, because we always worked out first thing in the morning at work, and then I'd go back home, take a shower, eat second breakfast, and then go to work. We'd work. And then lunch, a couple days a week, I'd go to lunch, and then after lunch, I'd go to work out with the staff sergeant. And then the other days, I'd just go back to work, and then I'd work at, you know, till dinner and go home, do dinner, go do another like 6-mile run, you know, hit up the gym again, and then, you know, play video games, eat junk food, whatever, for the rest of the night. That was like my daily routine for like the weeks. Hope, are you getting out of here? All right, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good time. If you need me throughout the weekend, let me know. We can hang out and play some games or something. But anyway, there was other days where like my gunny would show up. Oh, we have an ad. I'll wait for the ad to be over and then we'll anyone. Monday. Monday. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh yeah, you have a sub. Yeah, I don't know about the ads for some of you guys. You just don't get them. It's kind of weird, right? All right, have a good one, Tover. good day tomorrow and everything. Like I said, if you need me, you can play something. Oh, Topher. Sorry, I said this yesterday, but I think you left already. I have to change the day of the community night because I did the math wrong and I can't do it Wednesday and Thursday next week because I'm working. So we either do it Monday and Tuesday or we do it Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I need to know what day would work better for you. Oh, my Lanta, that hurt. Killed one though. Alright, I'll have to message Topher and ask him, I guess. I missed him again. I didn't think about it till just now. Anyway, I think the ads are now over, guys. So I will continue on my story if you don't mind. But just to wrap up the story, because there's not much really left about it, just talking about bullshit. But basically, what I was gonna say is, yeah, ever since then, I never really did a whole lot of work. I would do working parties, so I always volunteer to go to do working parties for around the base and stuff. Uh, but basically, it just boiled down to the gunnies and staff sergeants and everybody would just come to me whenever they needed something done. And they're like, hey, I need you to go and do this. Hey, I need you to go and do that. So I was never at work. When I was, they tasked me to go do something. And I remember one day my gunny comes up to me and he said, hey, I need you to come with me. I said, okay. So get my cover and go follow him. And this motherfucker takes me to a car dealership. Said, hey, I need your help picking out a car. Like, what the fuck? Me? I'm not a car guy. Like, yeah, but you're a guy. Okay. So, we were there. He's like, these are the cars I'm contemplating. These are the ones I like. What do you think? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, this one looks cool. Like, what the fuck? What kind of conversation is this? Anyway, so yeah, he ends up getting a car and, he had me drive his car back. I was just like, what the fuck? This is weird. It's just fucking weird. And then, since I had my Humvee license, I can't tell you how many times the captain came up and said, hey, I need you to go get your driving stuff. I said, okay. And I'd have to drive him to the brig to go and visit inmates and stuff. I did that a couple times, once every month or two. I would have to take him to the other base, to the fucking brig. It was kind of weird. And he always wanted me to take him. It's always kind of weird that somehow all the higher ups just came to me for everything. They didn't go to the sergeants, they didn't go to the corporals, they came directly to me. They bypassed the chain of command and just come straight to me and ask questions of me. It was just so weird. Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, let me finish this quest, and then we'll switch over. Thank you for reminding me. Oh! Okay, we won't finish this quest. This quest is gonna take a couple deaths, because I have to, do a bunch of stuff. Alright, so we'll just make a quick switch here, guys. For any of you that are here for Grim Dawn, I am sorry, we are gonna do a quick switch, because I gotta get my video up and running tonight, because, it had maintenance yesterday. But if you want to check out BDO with me, and you want to, ask some questions, see it, a little bit of it and whatnot, feel free to hang out. If not, We will be back on this on Monday. If you need me in the meantime, we do also have a Discord. Like I said, this isn't my closing arguments, but I for anybody that is going to be leaving, I'd like you to have the information available to you. But we do have a Discord, so the only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to chime in, share something, show something, help somebody or whatever, feel free to join the Discord. And if you haven't checked out my YouTube, I'd appreciate that as well. Got some videos on there. We live stream there. And you know, anything would be supportive. You know, comment, thumbs up, sub, watch a video, share it with a friend. Anything would be helpful. But I appreciate you guys. And like I said, we are going to switch over to BDO for a short while. And then after BDO, we will do a little bit of Eidolon. Just to round up the end of the night. Wait, is it currently on maintenance? Maybe it was off by a day. I might be off by a day. I love this game, Thor. There's so much of a grind to it that I take it very slow. It's almost like an idle game for me. That I take it very, very slow, and I do like one little thing here and there. I get small incremental progressions. Very, very slow. Like I have 10,000 hours in the game, and I've basically not played it. Because most of the hours, I want to say like 6,000 of the hours are AFK. The other 4,000 are between me being there but not being there and farming resources. But like semi AFKing like things while I'm sitting here at the computer, like I cook for an hour and then I reset it back up, and it cooks for an hour and I reset it back up. Like the actual active gameplay is very little because I don't do a lot of combat, right? I wish I knew how to change game categories on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't have game categories specifically. It just has gaming category. But then when you go to the gaming section in YouTube, they have game categories specifically. So they have Grim Dawn, they have Black Desert, they have Counter-Strike. You click on Counter-Strike and you see people playing Counter-Strike. Now, usually that's all done by AI in the background via YouTube. But like if I switch from Grim Dawn to Black Desert, I'm curious on how long it takes it to make that switch. Because it's normally based off of like your stream title plus like the content that sees you playing on the games and stuff like that, and things that are going on within the stream. But I don't change the stream title because I can't. I mean, technically I could, but would it change the stream title at the end? Like when it saves off the VOD, would it be the beginning stream title, the end stream title? Like, I don't know, man. Like YouTube's kind of just out there for me. Like I'm doing it, but I'm not doing it well. Just trying to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks kind of with it, and just hopefully we can get a couple extra subs on there to get the monetizations. Give me that willpower to want to continue on with it and make more of an effort on it at that point. Yeah, Satisfactory is a good game. It's just so much math. It's just hard for me to sometimes configure it mentally, right? Like, all right, I need 15 plates to go to this manufacturer plus 20 of these to go to the manufacturer per minute. So I need to split this much off of this one, and then I need to split and merge this one together to make exact 15 going on to this belt, feeding to this. Then I have to like manage the belt systems. I have to manage the merges and the splits. It's just way too much fucking information, because if you do it inefficiently and just say, hey, split these bars evenly, right? 50-50. So you spend 50 this way and 50 this way. Okay. Well, if the left side only needs 10 a minute, that means you have 40 over what you needed, right? So it's going to fill up and it's going to dead stop, and then the excess is just going to go to the right, which is fine, right? It's not super efficient because it's stopping processing because it's backlogging, but it's better than it not backlogging, right? Because if it's not 100% processing 24/7, then you're losing efficiency and not processing versus losing efficiency of it idling on the belt. So it's better to do it that way, but still, like, merges and split management with tracks can get so obnoxious. It's just a lot. I mean, I've never actually had to AFK in Satisfactory. I legit haven't, because I'm constantly doing math and running from one place to the other, running like belts, configuring things, doing math on Excel sheets, and trying to like figure out layouts and moving things. And it's just, there's so much going on in that game. It's crazy. And also Genshin, I've never played. I've always thought about it, but I've never actually played it. I think it would be a fun game, but I don't know how much I would really enjoy it. So I'm gonna go with no BDO today. I thought it was yesterday because it kicked me out of the game. So that's that for BDO. So I guess we'll just switch to Eidolon. Do a quick Alright. Let's where's mine? Alright, mate. This is where you come in clutch, man. Help a brother out. Space elevator? Yeah. So the space elevator can take a little bit of time because there's certain parts like rotors, I think, and things like that that do take a little bit of effort to craft and to make. Yeah, I mean, not early. It's not easy to farm that stuff early on, but when you get a little bit further and you can automate a lot of the processes, it makes it a lot faster. You can actually pump some of that stuff out pretty regularly. Yeah, because you need like the pipes and other things, right? I don't remember steel all that much, but you need like a couple miscellaneous different resources all coming together to make steel. And it can be a process. It takes a while. I remember when I first started it, I had to do a lot of manual stuff. So I had to manually put like extra drills on certain pads to pull extra ores from certain things and stuff like that. And I was like manually bringing the ores back and forth and processing things while my automation was going on. And before I can like build enough stuff to actually get automation for those manual processes, just took a lot of effort. I ended up quitting that game really early because it overwhelmed me mathematically. Like I could do the math, but like every process you added in that needed automated made the math much more difficult, and the math started getting way too much math. Because then I'd be like, all right, well, I need 50 for this one. It's like, but I only have 80 coming in, and then these ones need 60, so I need to somehow get 20 from this one, put it to here, but then I need to find another 30 to merge in with it. And it's just like trying to min max it was like probably the reason why I hated it so much and I struggled at it so much. So if I didn't take it as min maxy seriously, I probably would have kept with it a little longer. But yeah, it was rough. Yeah, having those extremely long belts is annoying too. Especially when like you have them going up and down and zigzagging to get from point A to point B and all this other shit. I have seen some videos of where people make sky bridges. So they'll make like a tower, right? And then they'll run that tower from where it is to where their processing plant is. And so it's a really long belt from point A to point B, but it's a straight line. And they got multiple like levels of belts. So they have like 15 belts stacked on top of each other with just shit going across it with like a walking path underneath it so they can like get up there and they can run power and do whatever they got to do. It's just like a sky bridge. It's really cool. And then to get the stuff up there, they have like those elevator ones that bring it to the top. And they do that and then it gets pumped onto the belts and it just really cool. I love those sky bridges. They're really cool looking, pretty interesting. But yeah, Genshin was one of those games. I think someone showed me that can't you get like a really cool cosmetic like fish sword? It literally looks like a swordfish, but it's actually a weapon. I'm pretty sure someone showed me that once. I don't know if it was you. It might have been you. You need a you need an archer? Sure. What do I need to do that again? It's been a hot minute. I haven't done a King Doot in like forever. Do I need one of like the googly eye things, or one of these things? I gotta craft one of the googly eye things, right? Hold on. Not one of these. It's the this. I need one of these, right? What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing ghosts. I have these. Pretty sure I have gold bars. I have gold bars. I had a ghost. I had 2.1k ghosts. Why can't I make one? What do you mean I need a dude eye? What do you mean? But I have everything here. I have the ghost, I have the bars, I have the silver antique. Why can't I craft it? I even have these. Googly eyes. I'm confused. But the thing, I have those. I have 230 of them. Right here. 230 of these. Let me just pull it out. Maybe it's just not letting me craft from vendor. Where my ghosts at? 2k of these. And I have some gold. Here. Craft it. That's what I was saying. It's like maybe it doesn't craft from storage. Alright. Alright, coming. Wait, which is it? Is it Giants? I think it's Giants, right? Yeah. Do you want me to just enter and meet you in there? I don't want to answer if you're not ready for me to go in. Mendlore. Mendler? I think I'm gonna go with Mendler. You ready? I think I'm in carrot 3. I just didn't see you outside because normally we're outside, like, you know what I mean? Before we go in. I just didn't want to go in unless you were already in there. Do we not have a wizard? Oh, did you have a thing for the wizard one? Okay. Or did the McAmey already do it for you? No, because the third person needed to do it. Because I'm assuming the person that's not online already did your magic one. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I wasn't here for it. It's all good. But I'm glad I could help. All right, back to what we're doing. What do we get? Oh, extra construction. Let's go. Nope. Yo, Minlar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Glad I was able to help you out. Hope you're having a good day. And appreciate you. Yeah, we don't play Eidolon all that much on stream, but we do play it pretty much in the background. So if you ever want to come by, ask questions, or chat, or whatever, feel free. We do variety stream and stream pretty much a little bit of everything. So right now we're kind of stuck on Grim Dawn. So if you want to come by, hang out, and chat Eidolon, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to help you. Like I said, thanks for the follow. Appreciate the support. Yeah, hope you have a good day. Thank you, thank you. If you really want to help a brother out, Menlor, you can go and hit the little Submarino button on my YouTube. Little sellout there. I mean, I don't like doing it. It sounds a little scummy, but just saying, if you really want to help a brother out, I'd appreciate it. Want one of these things, you know, a little clicky. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. You don't have to do anything. I'm just being obnoxious at this point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Also, only other thing I would say, mate, is if you are, let's say you say accept twice in a row, can you put like a number after it? So be like A and then A1. And then if you have to do an A again, just do A, right? That way I can tell the difference between one or the other. So if you just say A like 3 times in a row, I'm all like, wait, was that another A? Was it not? You know what I'm saying? That way I don't get confused. You can even do AA, right? Just do a single A and then a double A. It's fine. Something super easy for you to do, but something that I can distinguish between the A's. That'd be very helpful. All right, thank you. Like it's not such a big deal if like there's a bunch of people chatting. So it's like you send an A and then someone sends a message and another message and then you say A again. Like it's a little bit more apparent that they're separated. But if it's just you and it's like A and then A and then A and then A, it just gets a little wishy-washy. So appreciate it. We're almost done. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through all this. We're going to do our Omniprocs. And then we will go and do Hull after all our Omniprocs. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so that. Question is, do we attempt a new one of this? Because we did juice in our damage from last time. But we're gonna give this a shot again. Hopefully we can get some actual decent stuff. We do have a lot more starting whatchamacallit. Ooh, we're actually pushing. We're actually pushing. Oh, we're pushing, boys. Oh my god, we're up to 400. We're up to 400 mil deeps. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get fucked, bitch. Let's go. Up to 750 mil. That's huge. All right. Double HP. See, this one I'm always torn on because like I should just let them like push, break down my HP before sending them out. But then I'm always torn because like if I start off the bat like I'm doing right now, and I juice out my percentage from clearing my card out, I can like get my percentage up quicker if I'm just spamming it from the beginning versus like letting them just, because I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm lacking in damage right now. So I'm assuming later on it's probably a better idea to let them take down a lot of my HP before I start spamming on this specific one, since they can't get past. Yeah, so I think in the future I'll have to let them whittle me down to like right around here before I start dumping people, which is a problem kind of because I haven't built up any percentages, so my mana regen will be a little lacking. Because on ones like this, it's not a big deal because they can come through on the top, whittle me down. I can still process or progress my percentages while I'm taking damage, and it's a lot easier. That's why I like to spam it right off the bat. Okay, that was a fast one. Yeah, I get that, man. That's what I'm saying. Specifically on the map that the narrow map, I think that's a better way to do that map because like you said, you need to take down the HP to increase your damage to juice through it. But in a sense of that the skinny map, nothing can get through if you're spamming. But on maps like this, where they can come through at the top while I'm still juicing it, like while I'm just still sending them, I think there's like two different ways of doing it. Like on this one, it's fine to just send them out constantly to get your percentage up while you're still taking damage. Um, and then on the small map, letting them take the damage first, then sending them all out in mass with all your extra energy you have built up. Because you'll just have a bunch of like essence to spend all in one lump sum. I don't need more, so we're already one shotting, so there's no point in getting more. Sorry. I know we wanted to do whole. I kind of got sidetracked with this. I don't do this very often, but I forgot we did a bunch of upgrades yesterday with the percentages. I haven't sat down to actually push my endless since then. And some of them just take forever. Like this one with how much HP they have, it just takes fucking forever. Like, God, this takes so long. And what's crazy is I have so much energy recoup that I can't even use it all because of the delay between one card set coming up and the next card set. I can't even use all the energy. Like, that's one of the problems I have with the way summoning works is the delay in the card sets. You have too much energy recoup. You can't spend it all. It's impossible. Like early, yeah, you know you don't have enough energy regen to do it. But as you get a little bit further and you get up into the thousands, like you like I said, I was capped. I couldn't do anything because I was capped. Stamp level per day, that's pretty nice. Not gonna lie, I like that. Oh, I don't like this one.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo,
'Cause you
thanks
look
for the
thirsty
hydrate.
as
Thank you, thank you,
fuck
thank
right
you.
now.
I don't know if this is the one where it only does damage on half the board, or if it does the full board. I wasn't paying attention. Half the board. Okay, so that's better. I don't mind the half board one because it leaves my bloomies in place. Ah no, Agerino. Kind of sad videos on Mana Set. That was Mana just sad. Single health. All right, this one's gonna suck. Actually worked out well with the stacking. Oh god, this one's gonna suck. 60% speed. It moves so slow. Oh, dude, I hate the world 7%. Like, I don't even know what the fuck they even do. I'm assuming we're not gonna get it for a while. One of those things that uh I do not have Gambit unlocked yet. No, my hole is atrocious. All right, no need to stack it up any further. I can already one tap them. So yeah, I got you. I don't have it yet, but when I do, I'll take that. You know, I'll try to remember to do that. Yeah, see how like my energy isn't hitting zero anymore? I'm actually overproducing because I can't pump out enough cards. This is the problem I have with summoning. Yeah, I mean that sounds about right, Thor. But what you can do while you're waiting for those to craft is you can set up like another thing, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna need to expand anyway. So it's best to make some more miners and maybe just go find some more coal to expand it further, just to have more coal in general down the line, or to start putting start putting more things into like maybe working on your power consumption, go getting your water all sorted so you can get your power also situated and stuff. Like there's just things like that that you could be doing while those are like slow crafting, right? Because they're gonna take a while. Like you said, it's gonna take a hot minute for them to craft the 600 you need. So it's worth possibly just taking a sweet minute or two while those are slow crafting to just uh work on the next thing that you need in the line while you're waiting on those to craft. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so start automating like other things, and then working on organization of like stockpiling extra resources, right? So what I used to do is I would split my line a bunch of times. That way, I was sending like 1% or something of my resources to a storage unit. So I would store rods, I would store, chains, I would store rope, I would store this, I'd store cement. So each thing had its own storage bin. So if I ever needed a small like amount of it for like a manual craft or something like that, or if I needed to like, hey, I have a surplus here, let's send it down a line temporarily to go and surplus like a specific craft I need. That's how I used to like separate mine so that way when the belts were full and they weren't producing anything, all of it would go to the storage. But when the storage was full, all the lines would just stop. But I'd at least have a pretty large lump sum of like stockpiled resources. Because like I said, in the early stages, you do a lot of manual crafts because you end up with a new item that's like, oh, I need these, but you've already kind of divvied them up proportionately everywhere, mathematically speaking, so you don't have extra to just lay around to like put towards a specific craft that you're like just getting into, or you haven't automated yet because it's a brand new craft. So you do run into that every once in a while. That I find having a surplus random stockpile is nice to do. Technically, we could go a little, like a few extra HPs. We'll go with just yeah, and that's what happens to me all the time. My storage will get really full, and then like kind of like useless at that point, like it being so full. Like just, but like I said, as you get further and you get more and more things to craft, you get more and more things that you have to automate, and you have more things that you have to pull even more resources in because you don't have enough resources to go around for all of them. It just gets really fucking overwhelming, and I kind of despise it. Yeah, I haven't touched Gambit yet because I haven't unlocked it. I'm kind of curious on like I don't even know what the fuck it is. I don't even know what you do. Oh, all right. We'll be done with our endless soon here because, like I said, I wanted to start the thing, the whole around 4 or sooner, right? I was gonna do BDO first, but then I got sidetracked with doing my endless. I can always do more endless later. So this will be our last one since this one's gonna take us a little bit. Just gonna check our Omniprocs and then we'll jump into the whole. I hate this one where it clears the whole board for lane stacking. It's like you do 1 damage, it's like, all right, cool. Now I do 1 more damage. Oh, cool. Now I do 1 more damage. Oh, cool. And he's like fucking 10,000 HP, so it's like takes like fucking an hour. So annoying. Oh, is that all it is? Oh, okay. That's pretty good though, Thor. If your copper's doing well, it's just you've been doing it for so long though, like that's why it's gonna be full. All right, so we will let that do its thing. Go and check this super quick. Yeah, so I finally got land ranks unlocked and we're pushing. So we're trying to push in. I'll just kind of give you the quick dirty. Trying to push into watermelons so I can level this up. But I'm also trying to push to these two. So limes to finish this one and raspberries. So once we get to limes, we'll be on limes until that upgrade is done. And we'll be on raspberries until all those are done. And then those will daisy chain all the way up until we eventually get to watermelon. And then we'll finish the watermelon one until we finally get through. Like, it's taking forever, but that's just how we're doing it. I'm gonna get these like upgrades all done. Once we this one here will get done. Once we get 1,000 of these, we'll move on to those ones. That one will get done and rinse and repeat. But anyway, so there's that. Let's put him here. Let's do our Omniprocs real quick. Sailing and printing. Hoping we can get this island done today. I have very little artifact chance. So it's 0.0, like 3% chance to find it. So it takes a hot minute. And then we print proc. About to hit 500 on that, and we can start working back on mining one. Yeah, I've been juicing into the mining ones so much. Like, so we've been doing this, right? We got this to 500, and we got this to 1600. This is at 600%, but we can't take advantage of this until our hole gets a little bit further and we get the 600% multi unlock. That's kind of useless. Then we have this one, obviously, for more. Um, And then we've been doing this for cash, but we have this one that's doing its own thing. I haven't really put any effort into these, but because they're anvil points. I guess an hour just proc, so all right. Okay, so that character's done. Oh, and let me check my gaming really quick. It's like I'm never gonna get a new nugget, I swear. Yeah, I haven't done turtle yet. I don't remember how to unlock turtle, but I haven't done turtle yet. I don't think I've actually unlocked the turtles. Um, let's verify. Okay, so we check sneaking. We check this. We check this. 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 Stamp. Yeah, I don't remember how to get the turtle off the top of my head. All right, so everything is go through. These up. Sailing, gaming. And you said using justice for villager EXP? Is that what we're talking about? Cooking and oh, artifact chance. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm honestly not worried about juicing the artifact chance. So gaming and every time I see the artifact chance, I don't grab it because I know my sailing. It's not close to being done, but it's relatively close to being done, and it's one of those that I'm fine with it taking a little longer without me wasting procs on it. Now, I will pick up artifact chance if the other options are kind of what I find to be worse, quote unquote. But it's very rare that I run into things that I like less than artifact chance. But I have picked it up a couple of times. All right, we got sailing and gardening. You know what I haven't clicked on in forever? My acorns. I haven't clicked on those in fucking ages. I'm I'm curious on how many acorns I'm gonna have. Sailing and printing. Hey, once my sailing is done, I'm not gonna care if I get sailing procs. Like, it'll probably be something I check like once a day. Because I just don't care enough about. Alright, Sugmas. You can sug my balls, Mr. Garrison. Sailing and Alien breeding. Kind of gave up on my breeding too. Like I haven't checked my breeding in forever, but I do have breeding auto claims on some of my characters. So every once in a while when I jump on them, it automatically claims my breeding, so I just don't even check it anymore. Oops, wrong button. Alien refinery, that's good. Damn, I got unlucky 2 days in a row. With my permanent girl bear. So last proc, I don't remember what it was. I think it was refinery and sailing, right? We'll check cooking too, since we got 2 cooking procs while we were doing this. Finally! Alright. So we will probably go to Fig, because I don't think we're going to get 77 before this gets up and goes back to 77, because it took us so long to get that one, actually. It took us so long to get that one. Alright, so we'll switch to Fig. Let No Meal Left Behind take over. Alright, we will do a quick... This, not ready. We'll do this. Clicky clicks. Okay. I don't know if people actually do the Rue and Owl very much anymore, but I still do. Oh my god, 157 bill. Let's go. We go from 700 to 800. Let's go. Huge. All right. That. We'll do Owl really quick. And then we'll jump into Hole. I got my 18th feather the other day. So we kind of started back over. Ugh. I want to get all these to E30 really quick. Take too long. Come on. I know each upgrade is going to take a couple seconds. Yeah, as you can tell, like my next reset is E32, but my next Karma reset is 43. So yeah, you can definitely tell I restarted reset. I feel like at this stage of the flow of the feathers, the progress you get, like stats wise, the increasements, are heavily outweighed by the amount of time it takes you to get through. It's almost not worth your time spending here doing this stuff. So that's that. All right. I think that's everything we wanted to double check, right? I think we're good on all of that. Let's put him in here. Switch over you on dude. All right. There's justice. Quick. All right, so this is where we're at right now, mate. So my first Explorer has 37 of these opals in them, and I'm only getting 1 mil an hour. So, yeah, 6,000. So let's say 5,300 million XP. So roughly 5,300 days to level up. Yeah, not too far off. I'll get there. Well, not days, but yeah, because it's 24-minute days, so I'd have to do the math by 24. Get my point. Then this one, once again, 500k, quite a ways off. 600k. Like you said, I should consolidate them all into one, but I need the one that gives me percent. What's the one that is it the green one? Is it the third green one that gives me like up to 600 multi? I mean, I'm down, mate, to refund them all and put them somewhere. Like possibly put them all into exploration first, just to get the areas unlocked and then refund it again. I'm down. I just haven't done it because I didn't want to do it by myself, right? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's green. So this is another thing I know I need to do for reprinting. So it's like I would do exploration first, and I'd probably do bonuses second, just to get to the 600% multi, so I can do a reprint. And then I don't know what I would do after that. Like, would I level measurements up, or maybe engineer? I don't know who would come next. Because at that point, I feel like I would almost want to split them between, uh, these three. Anyway, so that's that. So there's nothing more we can do here. All right. Oh wait, there's one more thing I wanted to do. I wanted to spend the measurement. Yeah, so I was gonna say we could do a refund and do that if you want. I don't remember. Is it this one? No. This one? No. This this one? This one? This one? Oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, we don't have enough, so we'd have to do it like tomorrow or something. So maybe Monday, mate. We can reset. I mean, I can reset over the weekend. It's fine. I can do it on my own. But what would you recommend I put them in? Should I put them in the first one specifically? Should I just stack all of them in exploration so I can get the next couple things unlocked? Cause like yeah, I could level this up right? Because it's only 300 mil to go, or this one that's 200 mil to go. I could level it up, but like one extra level here, like feels like not as impactful as like getting the next caves. I'm gonna go pee really quick. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I get it, mate. It takes longer, but I feel like Gambit and Dragon statues are going to be so much more impactful on my account than, say, leveling this guy up 2 or 3 times to maybe event like after my third level finally getting to possibly 100% more multi. I'd have to level it up like 6 times to like get 600% multi, which would take me a while. Or like engineer, leveling it up a few times to get a couple more unlocks. I don't know how many more there are, but getting a couple more unlocks possible. But my unlocks already are hitting Gambit, which I can't access and stuff, right? So if I don't even have the caves for it, what's the point of unlocking it, right? Measurements, I could see like this is getting to that point too, where it's like it's almost to Gambit, and then this is down here. It's like kind of where I'm at, right? Well, it's more than 3 levels because I need 3 levels to get to it, and then I need 3 levels to max it, right? So I need 1, 2, and then so it's 5 levels because it's 1, 2, and then the third one would be 1 point into it, and then 2 more after that. For now, it's max for engineer. Yeah, so I have like 8 more levels. But that's what I'm saying. Like, even if I leveled it up, if I don't have the cave associated to the level, it kind of feels like a waste. Now, granted, there are upgrades past this that help me with previous things. I think there's like an extra harp and stuff like that. So like those will help me as I get further down. But I just think unlocking at least the next cave, maybe not the last cave, but the next cave, it would allow me to upgrade the engineer and take advantage of like the Gambit one and the other things that come in. Same thing with the bonuses or the measurements, right? Those will come into play. Same thing with the studies, pushing them to the next, for the next thing. That would help. And then the bonuses one, obviously, I need to level it up at least 5 times just to get the 300% multi, let alone the rest of these. But anyway, I feel like if I reset it, I'm going to put them all into exploration just to get the next thing. But we're going to hit an ad here in a second, mate. Once we're back in the ad, we'll jump into this. So these are my levels right now. I have 15,500 and something percent catching efficiency. 84 times harp. 6 times artifact chance, which is bad. It only took 3 hours. Let's go, mate. Or cat. Let's go. 51 times summoning. 2,000% class XP. 300% more wishes. 32% AFK. Once you guys are back from the ad, we'll do that. I'm going to get some water. Oh, all right. I'm back. I don't know if you guys are back. Let me know when you're back, and we'll get rolling. Get stuff done. Tell me a story. All right. So we're gonna wait for Mate to get back from his ad. He's gonna take the wheel, tell us what to do, how to do it, when to do it, where to do it, who to do it. Yeah, and we're just gonna let Mate have some fun here because I hate it. Me, I just click buttons and hope for the best, and I don't really give a shit about it. So I know he doesn't hate it as much. So maybe we'll have some fun doing it. Show off his RNG God Reno skillsies. Should be out of the ad any minute now. All right. All right, mate. I'm assuming you're about to be out of your ad if you're not out already. Oh, so take the wheel, man. Take us for a journey. Welcome back. Take us on a journey. Take the wheel, Dad. Where are we going? Oh, we're off to a great start. Back to back Grumblos. I actually really like picking up Grumblos. Because you can get really lucky and get like double cases off of these, and they're really cheap early on. Yeah, I mean, you can just, you don't have to capitalize it, mate. You can just do a double R, just like RR or something like that, like lowercase. I'll be able to figure it out. It's fine. I know capitalizing can be annoying as well, but if you want to capitalize, you can do it as well. Double is bad. Okay, that's fine. Gift of a retirement. On a great start here. Give coins in return of how popular you make. Wait, what? Yeah, not a great start at all. This looks a little bad right now. This guy got a copper pickaxe. Bro. Okay. Alright, I'm assuming you want me to pay this, as it's only 3 coins. Yeah, I know. I fucking hate it. Sometimes you get really lucky with some things, and sometimes you get really fucking unlucky. Alright, Grumbo. 2 coins give you a random gift. Assuming you don't like Grumblos, I'm assuming. Oh, Grumbo. Oh, is it because it wasn't a double gift? Alright, these hands always throw me off. The hands and the cookie people. Those ones are the ones that really screw me over. I never know if it's like a good one or a bad one. Like, they have so much writing, it just loses me. You look richer than the guy I just stole from. Give me one of your retirement chests and I'll take all your Parent limbs homes. What? That sounds like a bad thing. I don't even have any chests. Oh, for regular Grumbo? Got you. Like, is there a difference between the double Grumbo and the regular Grumbo? I always take regular Grumbo because I think he's really good. What's wrong with the double Grumbo? You said it was bad. I don't want to like slow us down by asking questions, but yeah, I don't have any chests. I know. I get 6 coins on. I got 6 coins on me. Take them. Don't ask questions, especially where I got them from. Oh God. Oh, that's popularity. Interesting. There's a difference. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. No popularity. Ooh, this guy's pretty cool. It usually gives like a lot of coins. I don't know what else it is. Example for the kid of how popular isn't everything? Isn't everything? Ironically, more popular ever by being such a good role model. What? No, not popularity. But I'm assuming that doesn't happen until the next time I see him. Eight coins. We are getting fucked. 10 cases in. We haven't got a single box. Oh, yo, let's go. 3 popularity. Assuming that's a yes, even though we only have 4 pop. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-boo, ba-da-boo-boo-boo. Boo-hoo. Hour with pop? Okay. Yeah, pop's pretty low right now. So coin flip. I don't like coin flips personally. They're really good if you land them, but I have really bad RNG. Yeah, I know you need the pop. We haven't gotten it. We lost a little bit earlier when we did a rejection for the kangaroo. Oop. Okay, we didn't lose that much. Oh, these guys always fuck me as well. For 1 retirement, you get 2 royalties of 2 coins per day for 10. We don't even have one, so we have to reject, right? Freezies. Free drink. 3 coins, please. Wait, what? Oh, not a free drink. Okay. I grant consumer 2 dismissals. That's too bad, but it's 3 coins for 2 dismissals. I don't think that's too bad. A lot of reading though. I'm not liking it. You should like highlight the clip notes. What I need to see. Yeah, extra dismissals can take us a long way. All right, 11 coins for death. Oh, let's go. Grumblo, 4 coins, random gift. Assuming it's a yes, because you said earlier you always take Grumblo, but we'll wait for an answer. Well, you always take regular Grumblo. We got a little bit of another basic Grumblow. We got a little pop from that one. We got 3 pop. Not too bad. Come on, hook a brother up with a chest. I think what we'll do today, since I haven't, once we're done with this, since I haven't actually, that gave us a mental health, okay. I haven't done our armor smithing guy, so maybe we make a bunch of like low tier armor smiths that we haven't added. We try and make a bunch of armors to give to him for some extra bonuses. That'd be pretty nice. I'm not gonna read this whole thing. Something about collect 12 coins. So maybe this guy gives you a ton of coins. I don't know. But I'm assuming it takes pop something. Okay. Look. Oh, it gave us pop. Let's go. Wasn't expecting that. Let's go. That's huge. I come today seeking 20 coins in investments, management property. Guarantee 250 return. But it will take 15 cases. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I saw the 12 coins on it, but I wasn't sure if like it like consumed popularity or something. I mean, this is a good return, but 15 cases is a long time. Like maybe if it was that was early. All right, 15 coins for this one. Assuming we'll take it, even though it's going to cut into our funds quite a bit. But we have to. I mean, we do have extra dismissal, but I think that's a little early to be using dismissals. All right, gingerbread. I don't know what to fucking do with these guys. I will give you 5 coins, but what do you take from me? Did I do bribe right? Daddy teaching to me. What the fuck? So weird. He stole his friend's toy and said, I'm under arrest. Oh, took our pop. No. All right, we got a chest for 1 mental. I'm not opposed to this, but mental is kind of useful. That's a kid? Looks like a damn gingerbread freaking man. I'm not opposed to this just because we don't even have a single chest. 22 cases in. But you're taking the wheel, Dad. You do what you think is right. Alright. Mental is very helpful. You need it to live, obviously. I get it. Alright. You look richer than the guy I stole from. Retirement. Can't do this. So we reject, right? Roger Dodger. Oh man. This okay. I think I dropped 15 coins around here on accident. Have you seen them? Does this mean we give them 15 coins? Or do we get 15 coins? Well, I'm assuming approval gives and reject gives. Well, we have 0 pop now, so. Whoa, the popularity, let's go! I mean, it cost us 15 coins, but we got 30 pop from it. 25 coins, okay, so I'm assuming this is a dismissal since we don't have the coins for it. D, take the D, take the D. Big D. Big old big D. That is gingerbread. You're a big poopy head. Fur, you stink. Daddy told me all about how mean you are when you visited him in jail last week. Huh? Huh? Yeah, bro, we're getting absolutely cucked. Absolutely cucked. All right, I don't like this one because it scares every day. He'll pay us, but we lose pop every day. I don't like it. I'm assuming we reject it. Unless we want the money. Oh, is it bad regardless, really? Oh. Oh, not this one, but the other one, I'm assuming. The gingerbread one? The gingerbread one looked bad. Alright. A lot of coins. Hit us in the fields of the popularity, but it's fine. Alright, I'm seeking investment in a new retirement hedge fund. There's one I can't do because we don't have any thingamajiggies. You'll receive 2 royalty coins per day for 10, so give us 20 coins for one. I don't think that's really worth it either. Retirement chests are pretty useful. Kangaroo. All right. So I'm assuming this is the one we take. 18 coins. This looks like identical to the other one we did before that we took for 18 coins. So this could be helpful for extra coins. And I'm assuming our next one is going to be a dismissal because if we finally get a chest, it's going to cost us like 30 coins to get it. And if we spend like 40, 50 coins here, we won't be able to, yeah, 30 coins here, we won't be able to buy a chest. So, do we want to dismiss this one and save our coins so we can actually buy a chest if it pops up, or what are we doing? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that poppy looked good. It looks like it's a positive around the board. You get a couple popularity, you get some coins. Pretty solid. Alright. Finally a chest! It'll cost us 7 popularity though. Kinda sucks. Popularity is kind of important, like you said. But with this run the way it's going, I don't know if we turn it around or if we just settle. I don't know. This run's going real sideways. Tell me how you feel about it. Like, I want to get the pop, right? But bro, 30 cases in. That's the second chest we've seen. That's literally the second chest we've seen in 32 cases. Yeah, we need 1 case, please. What the fuck? I don't like the gingerbread man. They can suck it. I'll give you 7 coins. Did I do the bribe right? So this is the one I think we didn't take last time. I don't think we took this last time. But I don't think it was good either. Like, it hit us in the feels. Oh, that was the right one. Okay, so it gave us more pop. Alright, so we're back up pop. Cool. Alright. You're really rich. Have some of your riches. Oh, can I have some of your riches? I'll tell every slug how much you're giving me. That's probably a bad idea, right? I mean, I think it gives you pop though, but it does take a lot of your money, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't know much about this one. Okay, not too bad. So what it gave us took like 10 coins, gave us like 7 pop. Yeah. Something about yesterday. Reverse bribe. You give me 7 coins and I'll boost your popularity. I'm assuming this isn't too bad for 7 coins. We're about to have to use a dismissal though on the next dead guy. Okay. Sweet. Got some decent pop now. Oh, we got fucked. Alright, so we're gonna dismiss this one, I'm assuming. Since 52 coins, we either reject for mental health or we would dismissal for nothing. Or for dismissal, obviously. Ba -da -ba 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 -da -ba. D, take the D. Chest, 16 coins. Cha-ching, second chest. Let's go. Let's go. 16 coins. Making daddy proud. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ooh, oh. I think this one's different. Would you be interested in buying a dismissal for 48 coins? First, I don't even have 48 coins. And I don't think we want to buy one for that many coins. So, reject. Birdie! And you drop as heck. Tails, you fail the vibe check. So I'm assuming this is a popularity check. Dope as heck versus vibe check fail. I'm assuming we approve this one. Gamble on popularity. Oh, we hit it. Let's go. Oh, can I get 8 coins? No. Take some of my popularity. Yeah, exactly. Bird's gonna take away soon here, for sure. Ooh, we give 8 coins here? Okay. Oh, more pop. Okay. Oh, we hit it. Okay, I'm not even asking. I'm just gonna approve this one. Like, that's just a no-brainer. All right. One mental. Hmm. See, that's torn, man. I'm torn on this one because we have 5 mental. We have very little chests. This is a coin flip here. Wait, what happens if you do 3 rejects? Wait, really? I mean, technically we did dismissals, but you looking for some extra cash? I got 27 coins. Take them. Don't ask. So this will take a little bit of pop away, but give us a bunch of coins. Really interesting. All right. I don't know what this one does. I don't know about popularity. You'll ironically be more popular than ever by being such a good role model. I think we declined this one, right? I don't remember this one. Yeah, I didn't realize rejecting him 3 times dramatically increased it. Interesting. But I mean, at the same time, like, if you reject him, you're rejecting him because you can't complete it. So even if it got worse, you wouldn't have been able to complete it anyway. Then you know what I'm saying? All right. Life is a gamble. I'll give you 2 retirement chests, but if you have less coins the next time than you do now, you're losing a mental health. I think this is worth a gamble. Like 56 coins. That just means we have to either get lucky and he shows up next time. Like the next pool, we're good. If he shows up in a couple pools, we just gotta make sure we don't spend any. You don't want this? Okay. Oh, let's go. Retirement box. Got lucky. We got 2. We got 2. All right. Oh, we could have had that. Could have had that gamble. All right. If you want to retire, but it'll cost you 10 pop. I don't think we want to do that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a gamble, but I feel like we have 5 mental. We could have gambled the 1 mental because we still had 4 after that to get 2 chests. You know what I mean? Obviously, in hindsight, we could have easily have obtained that one, but not knowing in advance how long it would have been before we got to it, we could have got cucked. So, I mean, I see you're erring on the side of caution, right? Not pop ever. Okay. Yeah. So if there's some certain criteria where you'd rather me obviously not take it, you can tell me, and I'll just not wait for an answer. So if you don't want me to ever take one that has pop, I'll just reject it every time without having to wait for an answer. I don't know what to do with this one. Like obviously, like the gratefuls, like I'm obviously gonna accept that, right? Could you consider maybe telling lava to lower the cost of megafish? I think it would be nice for the player to get more of them. Is all. Yeah, I had no idea what this is. Dun 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 dun. Wait, you want to approve that? Oh, look at the popularity! Let's go! Oh, Scripticus. I don't know what he does. Justice Monument minigame again. Yeah, sucks dick. Oh, I want to take some of my coins for my poppet. For my poppet. Wait, what? I want to trade some of. Oh, so our coins for his popularity. Not a bad option. Oh, took a lot of money. All right, so this is gonna be a dismissal. I'm assuming 70 coins. We don't have enough. I'm just gonna dismiss it. Um, I'm assuming you don't want to use the mental. Actually, I'll wait. Oh wait, I was just gonna dismiss it, but I don't want to. If you would rather use a mental, then like letting you take the wheel. I don't want to grab it back. You know, screw up your plan. Ooh, what we got? 22 coins. We got enough. Got enough. 5 chests, baby. 5 chests. Let's go. Do we pick up the 5th chest? I'm assuming so. Let's hit it. That's what I always do, mate. I always use my dismissals first. I just don't want to like. It's your ride. It's your drive. I don't want to like take it from you. You know, like assume you want one thing when maybe you were wanting something else. Can you tell everyone they are stinky heads? No. I want that lower my popularity. And if I do, want that lower my popularity. So I think this is like a negative negative. It's slowly turning around. Like we're getting some good pop. Coins are struggling a bit. We're running out of dismissals, but we only have 5 cases. You know. Oh, reject actually gives us pop. Okay. Oh, new hand. Okay. Richer than the guy I stole from before. Give me a retirement chest, and I'll tell all the other people, blah, 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 that you're a legend. So, give a retirement box for popularity. Oh, it's a double negative. Got you, got you. So, positive. So this one, do we give up a chest that we've worked so hard for to get popularity? I'm assuming that's what this does. Oh, and you're in an ad, so we'll wait. Oh, you want to accept this? Oh, huge popularity. Let's go. You're about to be hit with an ad if you haven't already, mate. So let me know when you're out. We'll hold on. Come to today seeking a 11 popularity investment since the last spilled. Since the last company spilled, spoiled, spilled, some, accidentally spilled. Took on a willing. I'm willing to offer you a lot of coins. I don't know how I feel about that. You back? I don't know how I feel about this. 11 popularity for coins. I was gonna say. I know we want pop. So, bro, we got fucked. All right, I'm gonna reject this or dismiss this. I'll move on. Uh, Retirement is the key to happiness. So cost 12 pop. We're rejecting. I know you said no, we're not spending pop. So I'm just assuming. Reject. Oh. I'll give you 2 retirements if you have less. Okay, so this is the gamble again. We have very little coins right now. We could be lower, but we have very little coins, and he'll give us 2 to gamble. That we'll have more before or the next time. How's that? I know you didn't like this last time. Got hit with it again. Coin flip again. Which one we doing? Like obviously this is a no-brainer if you have 0 coins, but it's have coins, so there's a chance here that we do fuck it. But all right, YouTube channel, please. I'm assuming this one isn't a negative. I don't know about this one. I don't know what this one does. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like we're getting towards the end. We're running out of dismissals. We do have quite a bit of mental health to still work with, but I feel like it's not a huge gamble because we're only at 19, right? As long as we don't spend any coins, like right here, this would be bad, right? We would definitely not want to take this purely because it would put us negative and the chest comes up next, right? I'm assuming we don't want this. But if we do reject it, I'm assuming we take a pop hit. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Dismiss. I gotta pee again. But, all right. We hit another chest. All right, so we're good, right? This will cost us 26 coins, so we're gonna have to reject it. But we didn't take the mental hit, right? Yeah, the drink. Yeah, the drink came pretty late in the game. All right, Grumblo, 13 for a random gift. All right, this will put us down to 3 coins, or yeah, 6 coins. But could give us a chest, could give us pop. Up to you. Could give us mental health or dismissal. That's also on the table. Oh, mental health. Okay. All right. So originally the person that stole from me, give me a retirement chest. I'll give you. Oh, so retirement chest for more pop, or do we dismiss or reject this? I feel like we're just struggling on coins right now, so we're not going to be able to get chests very much in the future here. So I feel like chests are kind of important right now. Oh, what do you feel? Reject. Oh, it is in the fields though. Alright, what's this guy got? Can I have some of your popularityness? Return your popularity you make me? Wait, what? Is there like a soft cap on pop? Or is there like a hard cap or anything like that? Is there like a number you're shooting for to not go under? Or that you like want to make sure you get to? You know? Alright, we needed the coins though. Still over 100. Alright, 104 coins. Can't. Okay, we're gonna dismiss this. We're out of dismissals. Soft cap? Gotcha. Okay. So something about popularity. Ironically, to be more popular, being such a good role model. I think we rejected this every time. I can't remember. Kind of have to pee. We're getting cucked and not getting the gratefuls very much now. We only got 2 of them so far, but Still at 100 pop after this. All right, I'm gonna go pee, and then you just give me the answer. Oh, I'm back. Oh, you want me to approve this? Okay. I think that's what you said. I feel like I'm right about this. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I feel I'm on the fence. Was this an approve? I don't remember what the last one we did was. So I feel wrong just hitting this. Not sure. I'm just sitting here drinking water. Makes me have to pee like every 5 seconds. Can you double A me if this is an A? Because I'm lost. Sorry. Okay. I couldn't remember. Alright. I got fined 28 coins by your laws for using the 5-finger discount. Can you waive the fines? I really don't want to pay it. I mean, if we approve it, is this a bad one? Like, you should just reject this one. You get the coins, but you lose a little popularity. But completely free. Okay, I think this is a no-brainer. I mean, I could just approve this one and just not have to wait for the answer. But I'm just gonna say this is probably a no-brainer, unless there's like a catch to it that I don't know. I thought it was a no-brainer. It wasn't. I just want to make sure there wasn't a hidden aspect to it. So okay, so we don't have the money for this. We have to reject. Going to reject. Chest for 15 pop. Your call. I know we want to keep the pop. A pop is slowly going down, but coins are going up a little bit. We do have mental health to still work with, so we can still go for a ways. Maybe we keep the pop to continue on. Leaning towards you're gonna say reject, but this guy, I think maybe you have had 60 coins I could borrow. Oh no, we don't have that. And then we'd have to wait for Scripticus. Yeah, we don't have this. So we can't do this, so I'm gonna assume reject. Kind of want to just hit it, not wait for you, but like I said, I don't want to take the wheel from you. Feel bad. Like, hey, I'm gonna teach you how to drive, and then I'm gonna take the car from you. You know what I mean? Like, I just start driving instead. All right. It gives me what is it? Is me again? What's good? I got a huge score. I want to share it. Here's 105 coins, but your mental health will take a hit. It's a lot of coins for one mental. Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of the time, mate, is the delay between me clicking the button, the new one coming up, you reading it, you giving me your answer, it coming through, me clicking it, and then back and forth, right? There's a lot of delay between the video and you seeing it and the answers and me clicking it. So that's most of the time that's why it takes a while. Can I get a 30 coin loan next time? Kitchen. What? I don't know what to do. Dun 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 dun. Oh, oh, hit us in the fields. We have no coins. Oh, we got lucky. Let's go. Just for 16 pop. I'm gonna assume that's a negatory. So, dumb question about justice. Does your level per chest go up the more cases you do? I did not sap. I mean, okay, I'm taking a hiatus from it, but I will be playing it again. We were talking about it yesterday, how we will be going back to it soonish. But we switched to Path of Exiles because Path of Exiles, had a new league that came out. We played that for a couple weeks. And then while we were playing that, people were talking about Grim Dawn, and they wouldn't stop talking about Grim Dawn, how fun it was, and how good it is, how much they like it. And then one of our viewers gifted me Grim Dawn and all the DLCs. So we jumped into Grim Dawn right after. So that's why we're playing Grim Dawn currently. We obviously we got off Grim Dawn about an hour and a half ago to load into BDO, but BDO was on maintenance still. So then we jumped into Eidolon and having Mate help us with our justice. So you know how like bravery, Mate, you have the multiplier, like the 3 point times multiplier or whatever, right? For not doing it every day. But your first case usually gives you somewhere between like 3 to 7 levels, and then it's like 3 to 7 levels for a while. But after you get to like the 10th or the 12th or the 15th, you start getting like 8 to 12 levels per chest and stuff like that. And it just feels like the further you get into it, the higher the levels of the chest are. I was curious if Justice is done differently. Do the chest levels kind of scale with how many cases in total you complete for that run? Like, let's say you got 10 chests in hypothetically in 10 cases. Would those 10 chests be the same amount of levels per chest, quote unquote, on average? That if you had 10 chests at 150 cases, you know what I'm saying? Would the levels per chest average out the same? You know, with higher case count versus lower case count, or does the case count play some sort of factor in the amount of levels each case has, like bravery does? Okay, so you do want to do as many cases as possible to get the chest levels average higher. Okay, that makes sense. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. But sadly, hopefully that answered your question. Hopefully it's satisfactory. I am sorry. People have been unfollowing since I haven't been playing Lotro. I get it. You're here to watch Lotro. I'm not playing Lotro. I get it. Understand. Cases completed. Gotcha. So I do feel bad for not playing it, but at the end of the day, it boils down to I can't stream and give you guys a good stream and enjoyment and fun if I'm not 100% into what I'm doing. And I need breaks every once in a while from my games to recharge, to get back into it, not burn myself out, things like that. And at the same time, there are games that pop up that I do love playing, that I want to play when the new stuff comes in, and so on and so forth, that will take my attention temporarily from a game. But what ends up happening sometimes is I play a game for so long, like Lotro or whatever other games I've played, and then something takes my attention temporarily, and then I don't have the willpower to go back to the game because I was enjoying it at the time, but once I got away from it, I realized that I wasn't really having that much fun, so I don't go back to it for a while before I come back, eventually go swing back around to it. And then, like I said, people don't follow, people stop showing up, and then when I go back to the game, they're like, "Oh, hey, you're playing again." I'm like, "Yeah, I change my games quite often. Completely free. I'm gonna approve this." You know what I'm saying? So I am sorry I haven't been playing it for a while, and we will go back to it. I promise. We have all intensive purposes, we want to get to level 150, and we want to try and complete as many deeds as possible through the entire game. So we will be going back to it. We just might go back and forth. Oh, we can't approve this. It'll cost 34 coins. So I'm assuming I have to reject. But anyway, yeah, so we might, take breaks. We might take a month break here, a month break there, play it for a couple weeks, take another like 2-3 breaks. We might go back and forth, but we will always circle back to Lotro until we finally get to a point where we are just done with it, right? Same thing with Grim Dawn. We're kind of stuck on Grim Dawn right now, but we might get to a point where we need a break from it, and we might go play something else. We might go play Lotro for a couple weeks, and then play Grim Dawn for a week, and then go back to Lotro for a couple weeks, and then play something else. That's why I consider myself a riot streamer. We do bounce around, we do have fun. We like to change things up and whatnot. Ooh, coin flip on mental health. I don't like this one personally. I mean, granted, having one extra mental health or getting 2 mental health is huge, but losing one sucks. We've already gotten lucky 3 times with the coin flip. I don't think we get lucky again. Plus, chancing the luck on a mental doesn't seem like a good idea. Always A on bird? Okay. Yo, let's go. Taketh. Giveth. Let's go. Okay. Not a free drink, 17 coins. 1 in 4 chance. I'm a limited edition glass. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Sorry, my YouTube dashboard is telling me my audio is fucked. Sorry. Came too late? Okay. Alright, we're gonna reject this. I pretty much can't accept any of those. Alright, 36 coins. I'm gonna guess approval here. But like I said, Sap, if you're still hanging out, you're still here. The short version is yes, we will be playing Lotro again. I have not stopped. It just might be a week or 2 before I get back to it. Sorry if that's not acceptable. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we getting there now. Alright. Had this dope idea that we were drying out yesterday. While I was drying out yesterday, reserve a reverse bribe. You give me 18 coins and I'll boost your popularity. We already had 100. I don't know if you want to spend the coins. I mean, the extra popularity is nice because we're going to keep losing one at a time, but fuck this dude. Everyone there, stinky heads. Go. I don't wanna. You tell them we're stinky heads. I need to know. Is my YouTube not playing sound? Reject. Can somebody check my YouTube really quick and tell me if my YouTube has any audio? Would you mind really quick? I was thinking maybe you had 72 coins I could borrow and Scripticus will pay you back next time. I'm assuming no. Did I not hit R? Or are you saying R to this one? I thought I hit R. Or did I just like blank out and hit accept for some reason? My bad if I hit the wrong one. 19 pop? That's a your call. Alright, thanks, Black. That's weird, because like I said, I'm looking at my dashboard. It says the audio stream's current bit rate 0. I don't know why it says that, and then it says is lower than the recommended bit rate, which is 128 kilobytes per second. So I don't know why it's saying it's 0. But thank you for checking, Black. I appreciate it. And also, mate, sorry if I misclicked one of those. I totally read R and I might have just blanked and pressed A, but I don't remember. Subscribe to my YouTube, it's free. That's not me selling out, guys. That's what it says on the screen. Fine. Double A. L'Entendre. Oh, 56 coins for a double gift. I know you said these ones are different and you don't like these ones, so. Yeah, I know, Black. So the problem is I'm multi-streaming, and since Twitch is my mainstream, now I don't know if this will be different if I switch YouTube to be the mainstream and the Twitch one to be the rebroadcast. But how it's working right now is when I go live on, I hit my live button on OBS. It goes live on YouTube or on Twitch, and then it sends it secondarily to YouTube. The problem is that I either A, I didn't set it up properly or something, but I cannot select the latency when I go live. So it defaults to normal latency, which is like a 30-second delay, which is crazy, right? Versus if I could figure out how to go live properly, I could select ultra low latency or low latency, which would be somewhere low latency. I think is somewhere around 8-second delay, maybe 10-second delay, and ultra low is more like 2 or 3-second delay, closer to what Twitch is. So I don't know how to fix it since I am doing the multi-stream, because everything I Google, it's like, oh, in order to stream to YouTube, you click live on you log into YouTube on your OBS, you click start stream, and then you go to your YouTube dashboard and you click start stream. And when you do it that way, since you're in your dashboard already and you're able to select the latency before you go live, before you hit the start stream in the YouTube dashboard. The problem is when I do it this way, it starts the stream, but I don't have a start stream button on my dashboard. It automatically just throws it on and it selects everything for me without me having like any options. That's the problem I'm running into, which is why the YouTube is so delayed and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if there is a way to fix it. Like I said, maybe instead of logging into Twitch with my OBS and streaming to Twitch, I'm assuming this is an approval, and then like streaming it to Twitch and then rebroadcasting it to YouTube as a secondary. If I did it opposite, maybe it would work better. I don't know. I have to look. I'm gonna see if I can look into it more, because Twitch doesn't have that problem. No matter how I look at it, no matter how I mess with it, I think if I rebroadcast to Twitch, it's not a big deal in any way, shape, or form. Like that has so much more freedom and customization and like workarounds and stuff. Like I think it's better to probably do it that way. But I haven't figured it out yet or decided yet. We're kind of new to the whole streaming on YouTube thing. I think it's like our 8th day or 9th day. Yeah, I think this is our 9th day. We just started it when we started Grim Dawn. Because I've always wanted to like save off my VODs and just have a full playthrough of like my first playthrough of certain games, like first experience, first reactions, kind of my progression through the game. I wouldn't care so much about streaming my like Path of Exiles to YouTube because I play that all the time. But brand new games that I've never played before, things like that. Buy my dismissal for 128. Okay, we can't do that one, so we'll get rid of that. But like when I first did Hypixel, right? That would have been a great one to put my Hypixel experience on there, right? When I first started playing New World, it would have been great to have my Iron Man playthrough from start to finish. When I played First Ascendant and stuff like that, like having my first playthroughs of characters and my learning experience on there would have been great. That's kind of what I'm trying to use it for, plus just live streams in general, so I can make more content and try and get more subscribers, so I can try to monetize it and stuff. But one of those whatever. Okay, sorry. This one's completely free. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Handy hand. So that's why we're at where we're at, Black. We're trying to make it work, but the problem is I'm trying to figure out how to get like Nightbot onto YouTube's channel or Stream Elements' bot. The problem is since I log into both of those using my Twitch, it automatically links it to my Twitch, and I can't link it to my YouTube unless I re-log in somehow to YouTube, I think. So I don't know how to fix that either, or if that will fix it. I'm assuming we want to buy this. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm trying to like iron some stuff out. I would like to get like a bot in there, so kind of block some stuff, kind of make it a little bit more moderated. I would like to also get some like sound alerts or something, so it's like, but I don't think there's like an extensions section for YouTube that allows people to do sound alerts very easily. I mean, I do have alerts for say like subs and follows and donos and things like that, but really all I have available like set up on it. I haven't figured the rest out. Oh, this is turning out to be an okay run. I mean, 15 chest is a little low, don't get me wrong. For 105 cases, I feel like it's a little low, but it's solid. This is popularity. But we are running out. Like our coins are low, our pop is high, our mental's low. We have no dismissals. Feel like we're getting to the end of the run. Hopefully we can squeeze out maybe 10, 15 more cases. I just don't know how many more retirements we'll find. Also, Black, welcome in. I know you've probably been lurking for a while. Thank you for taking the moment to go and check that out for me and give me the answer, and lurking and hanging out and supporting me by hanging out and being. I appreciate it. What do we got? 66 coins in order to grow my student loans company. Acquire. They double next. So I don't think we're gonna see him. Like this is hit or miss. You're also in an ad. I'm gonna wait for the ad to be over. I'm gonna go pee. Again. It's only been 20 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, what'd you answer? You want to reject? All right, sounds good. Yeah, we are crashing out right now. Yeah. We're at that point. We're on that downhill slope now. Oh, do we gamble the retirement? We lose one or gain two. I think this is an okay gamble. But we are at the end. We'll either end up with 15 or end up with 18. That's a pretty good swing. Just saying. It is a gamble though. But you did say always approve Bird. I'm saying let's go for it, right? Not a big gambler though. The game is called I Am Jesus Christ. Really? That's actually hilarious. That's so good. Oh, that's so funny. So good. What the hell? Who the hell gets away with naming their game that? Immersive first person retelling of his life. That sounds terrible, if I'm being honest. So funny. From birth, oh my god, don't tell me you actually like get to see him like see the light for the first time. Comes out of the womb. Oh, please don't tell me it goes that deep. I mean, I could see it being kind of cool depending on how they go about it though. Like if you can actually walk around the map and the area and the towns and you can like perform miracles and you can heal people, turn water into wine. Like that could be really cool. Oh no, it taketh awayeth. Oh, oh, bunch of coins. I'm assuming approval again. That's hilarious. But Black, did you ever try the demo called Jump Ship? We played that the other like last month on stream. It's pretty fire. A little difficult solo, I think. I never tried it solo. Yeah, it was really good. I really liked it. It was pretty awesome. All right, mate. We're reaching the end of the line. You got to go to bed soon, and we gotta zoom, zoom. Falling asleep on me. There's a handful of demos that have come out recently that have been pretty awesome to play, or at least they look good. There is one game I am waiting for it to full release. I don't know how long it'll take. Oh no, our money. All right, wait. We could accept this one for 22 pop. Do we accept this one because it'll still be above popularity? We can save the mental. Not too bad. We finally approved one. Um, but there's a game. It's out, but you have to pay for it right now. And when it fully releases, supposedly it's going to be free to play. And it's a game I've been waiting for a while. Um, 22 pop. I don't think we want to get rid of that. And I'm torn. Like after watching people play it, I think I would love a lot about it, but I think there's a lot about it I would hate. So, but if it's free, I'm gonna play it anyway. But I don't really want to throw money at it to try it, right? I was gonna say solo would be hard because you don't have anybody controlling the extra guns. You're just stuck with the guns in your seat, and then if you get a fire or your guns get disabled, you have to jump out, jump down there, fix and repair whatever needs. You gotta crap, bro. Hard work, crazy amount of work for a solo. That game is 100% like a team oriented thing, like at least a duo, if not a trio. So like I did it as a trio and it seemed possible. Oh, okay, so that makes okay, so the AI makes it a little bit helpful. Okay, that's pretty cool. We don't have the coins for this, so and it's double. Um, but yeah, the one I was gonna say, Black, is it's not in the same ballpark. Double gift again. Okay. Is what's it called? Okay, we can't do this. 276 coins. Um, the one I was gonna say is the Bitcraft. I don't know if you're into that type of game. You don't have enough for this. All right, what do we do with this guy? Bitcraft. It looks great. I'm like a RuneScape fan. I love RuneScape. I love MMOs. I love crafting and leveling up skills and abilities and stuff, right? Not a huge PvPer or combat person with most games. Like I play a lot of BDO and I mostly just life skill. You know, I cook, I fish, I ride horses and stuff like that. So when it comes to like that, I think Bitcraft is great for me. Yeah, I've been watching people play it. 24. Okay, we can't do this. And it looks exactly what I would want from it, but there is takeover options where you put towers down to like take over more territory. And the bigger you get, the bigger your town gets, the bigger it grows. You know, you become like countries and stuff like that, and people could try and take the land from you, which was where the PvP comes in, and there is some combat. So I don't think the combat per se would be a problem. I think it would be the territory PvP aspect that I would dislike. But I think if I was just like a regular person, I was just crafting and building and leveling up my stuff and things, like I think it wouldn't be too bad. Okay, you're broke again, even with you're not whistling way out of this. Approval, reject, dismissal. You still playing Bitcraft? Well, obviously we have to reject this one because we have nothing else to do. I just didn't know if that was like a hidden one. I've never seen it before. 56, 50 coins. Can't do it. I think this is the end, mate. Double gifts, no coins. Yeah, we just don't have any coins. Nothing's given us coins. Oh, what about this one? Can we get some coins out of this maybe and make something work? But Skills, are you saying you're playing Bitcraft? And if you are, how are you liking it? I said the only thing that I could see as me disliking is that PvP aspect of taking over territory. But as long as I can avoid it, and I could just be my own citizen, doing my own thing, leveling my skills, crafting, and maybe trading resources from one country to another or something, I'm down. Right? I think that would be fun. I think it would be awesome. I've always been that type of trader kind of player where I'm that kind of guy that'll go and grind hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of materials. And oh, that's a oh, but it no, we have to reject because we don't have the mental for it. So I'd be that guy that would go and farm like a shit ton of like tier 3 materials and then trade it to another country for like a different resource or something, or be that trader back and forth, bringing resources from one side to the other, for let's go for profits and stuff. Yeah, I know it's only Empire PvP, so it's like one country versus like you're trying to take territory from the other players and so I know that, but I felt like I wasn't sure if you would get forced into it if you like did most of your work in a certain area, or you had to like choose a side kind of thing. Yeah, so like one region might have like a certain rock when another one has a certain tree and so on and so forth. So the trading definitely holds a place. Sorry, mate. Did you say approve this one? Sorry, I was reading and I lost track of which one we were on. Sorry. You can't beat up people? Why not? Be like Assassin's Creed, man. Sorry, I'm slowing us down a little bit, mate, with the conversation. My bad. Oh, we got huge money. Might be able to buy a chest or two. Oh, we got a chest. Oh, do we take this because we're crashing out? I think we take this because we only got if we don't get lucky with a grateful, we're fucked. It does take 26 pop, 52 coins. I think we take this. It doesn't look like Assassin's Creed. I mean, just reading the description, it kind of makes me think Assassin's Creed style. But if you can't beat people up, like, come on. That's the whole goal. Investment from a retirement fund, 1 refund chest, 2 coins per day. We're gonna reject this. We're not gonna last 10 days. I'm just gonna reject it to speed this up. I don't know what to do with this guy. Kenai has 26 coins. We don't have 26 coins. I'm gonna reject this. We had no choice there. Grateful, we'll pick this up. Skills, yeah, okay. So tell me what to do with this one, mate. But yes, I am 100% positive they're going to wipe. So from my understanding, during the alpha, during specific updates, they're going to wipe it to start over to test the updates and stuff before they go full launch, and then on full launch they're going to wipe it again. That is my understanding, which is why I don't care to play the alpha. I don't want to spend money to have my progress wiped multiple times before full release, and then on full release being wiped to start over with everybody else. And I've already put money into this game, and everybody else can come and play it for free at that point. And don't get me wrong, you paid money and you're getting your money's worth out of it because you're enjoying the game right now and having fun playing it. It's worth the money. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing. I have no grimes or qualms about it. I just personally am not going to spend the money on it when I have other things to play. Uh, Drop 86 right here. So we approved this one last time, right? They gave us a bunch of pop. We just gotta hope we get a grateful on this next pull. Because even 86 coins won't be enough to purchase our way past death, even if we reject this. I'm just gonna hope that the popularity carries us with a grateful. If not, it's fine. 18 chests, 135 cases. Pretty solid. Oh my Jesus. Let's go. Oh, boys, we hit it. Let's go. We live for another 5 chests. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I want to be like you. Yeah. I want to be like me. Yeah, these are the ones that I always need help with. So those are the ones I always wait and I don't like take the wheel from you. Because I don't know what the hell they do. Grumblo, random gift, 28, don't have enough. Crypticus, what do we do? I have plenty of popularity. So we can give him some coins for more popularity, but we have a bunch, so do we reject this? Because we don't have any coins anyway, so, like, whatever. Or do we just say, fuck it, dump the rest of our coins in and hope for the best to get, like, enough pop to hopefully give us another grateful? But it's way over that soft cap. Granted, 5 coins won't give us much pop, but... Is there any other games that have demos and or that have come out recently-ish or will be coming out recently-ish that sound interesting that are like co-op, multiplayer, MMO, ARPG, regular RPG-esque style games? Um, by my popularity, all of it for 2 coins, that would give us like 400 or 500 coins. And we would be able to buy our way past the next case. That's a possibility, but we would have no popularity going forward. Not a bad option. We would live for at least another 5 cases. Oh, really? You're gonna go with R? Because our next one, if we don't get a grateful, we lose. And like I said, if we accept this, we have the coins to at least live to 45. Is it massive? That sounds crazy, Black. I'll give you one more option to either say R again or an A on this one, mate. Because I'm leaning towards A, but if you want R, I'm down for it. If you want to bank on the grateful, I'm down to roll the dice with you. You know me, I'm not much of a gambler, so I'm letting you take the wheel. I just want to double check that, you know, you're all in. You're all in on this grateful. All right. Give us a grateful. Ah. Oh, we got lucky. 28 pop in a dream. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so we're gonna reject this guy again. I'm assuming keep our pop. I was gonna just hit it, but I just feel wrong just hitting it without your answer without an answer from you. I know we're late. I know it's taking a while. I'm sorry. I know you want to go to bed. I'm trying to speed it up best I can, but I just feel wrong just rejecting it out of, you know. I know you want to reject. I know you want to hit the R button. What you do? Watch, you're gonna prove me wrong. Be like, oh, I accept it now. Like, damn it. All right, what do we got? All right, hand. I brought the 145 I owe. Oh, baby, let's go give us that money. We approving this? We approve this, right? Oh, never mind. Damage our mental health. He'll kill us, right? So we reject, correct? Reject. This is an R. This is a big fat R, right? I didn't read that last part. The last part almost killed us. The whole he kind of threw me for a loop. I just want to make sure I'm right on this, thinking it's gonna kill us if we accept it. All right, that's what I thought. Kangaroo. All right. Huh? I wanted an example for the kids popular. I think we've declined this every single time, have we not? I don't remember what we do with this one. Really, Black? That's crazy. That's actually nuts to think that like an unknown game. I don't know who develops it, but kind of an unknown game is gonna have that good of an open world layout design and stuff. Then like a legit AAA game. Now, don't get me wrong. Just because they're a AAA company doesn't mean that they're good, right? They just have the name behind them because they've been around for so long and they've developed that like title from the past. I'll give you. Wait, what? Oh, can you spare mental health? No, we're gonna skip that one. We can't spare the mental health. We'll die. Grateful. Boom. We live again. Ooh, let's go. All right. What about the hand? Give me one of your chests and I'll tell everybody. So do we give them the chest, go down to 19, get the pop, or do we keep the chest since we're crashing out? Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty cool, Black. I'm glad that like that's the thing is like when you're dealing with like a AAA company, they're so large and they have so many departments and everything that I feel like a lot of that creativity is lost because they're trying to like pump stuff out. They copy and paste a lot. They make like 5 designs and they repaste those everywhere. Different towns, different like areas, you know, same town, different street. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like AAA companies are nice, But I feel like the main thing you're paying for with a AAA company is, say, like the customer service, reliability, and things like that. All right, do we pay 30 pop for another chest? I want to say yes. Sucks to lose more pop because it's carried us this far, but I think this is the end of the road. I don't think we get lucky again with a pop or a grateful on this next two chess cases. But yeah, I think the big companies, like, that's the only thing you're getting from it, right? You're getting somewhat reliable servers, logins, customer service, feedback, answers, help. Ooh, we're rejecting. Okay. Versus a smaller company, you're gonna probably have a terrible launch. 9 times out of 10, right? We're gonna probably refuse this one, right? 1 coin every day for 15 days. I mean, we could do this actually. A for chest. Wait, what? Oh, were we delayed? I'm so sorry. I hit R because I was sitting on the chest and I saw R come through. I thought we wanted the chest, but I hit R thinking you were saying R to the chest. That's my bad. Well, GG. Oh yeah, all right, that's it. That's it. Hey, pretty good. 150 cases, 20 chests. Do you wanna claim the rewards, mate, as well? While we're at it. Sorry, I kind of fucked us there with could have got 21 chests. So up to you. As you can tell, I pretty much prioritize catching over everything. But you wanna claim, you can claim. I'm down for it. We got 20 chests. We can make this kind of quick. Just say 1, 2, or 3. One being left, 3 being right. If you'd rather go to bed, that's fine. I'll claim it myself. You can go to sleep. It's up to you. Personal preference. Thank you for the help, though. We did fucking phenomenal. That was a long run. That was great. Took us almost an hour and a half. All right, sounds good. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Thanks for the help. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord, throughout the weekend. Hope your weekend is great. And we'll see you on Monday, hopefully. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Get some sleep. All right. We'll get some catching. AFK Monument's pretty good too, but class gains. Class gains. Oh wait, villager. Yeah, villager. We need EXP gains. Really bad. Uh, harp. Harp. Maybe we go with summoning. Class. Class. Go get the XPs, baby. XPs, baby. Let's go. Summoning. Yep. I'll see you next stream, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I said, for the help and everything. And have a good night, man. And a good weekend. I appreciate you. Catch you on Monday. Game. Catching. Gotta get those big dick catching gains, man. Let's go. Ooh, more lamp wishes. Catching. Catching. Gains. Let's go. Torn for this one. Good. We'll do more gains because we're really far behind in levels. All right, that one's done. We're gonna do a quick monument run, guys. All right. I'm really bad at memory games, so don't fault me how bad I am at them. Oh. Getting lucky right now. Oh god, we're getting so lucky right now. What the fuck? Oh, this is the bad one. Oh, we got really lucky with that one. Oh, and that one. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I don't remember any of these. I don't remember where this one was. Oh! Oh! Not too bad, not too shabby, not too shabby. Oh, I do not remember. Oh! I have no idea. Oh! Um, okay, okay. That worked out, worked out. Nothing. Cool. Shit. I don't remember that. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Fuck. All right. Woof. Skimmed through that one a little bit. Hmm. Shit. We're cucked on this one. Oh, that worked out better than we thought. I am completely and utterly lost. Okay. Not a clue. Ooh. Okay. Okay. We're making progress. Oh, fuck me, dude. Yeah, we're cocked. We'll just pop these four. Hope for the best. All right, we at least got through that one. Alright. Not too bad. Got 13. I think rubies are good, but we'll just go AFK at this point. We haven't got to Gambit yet, but we do really want shopping. Jade. I think we go Jade because we're really far behind in that. We get more Jade. More shopping. More Jade. Yeah, we're really far behind in the Jade market right now. Drop rate huge. Not great increasements, but any drop rate is better than no drop rate at this point. Like, our drop rate is really fucked. Chopping efficiency for sure. We'll go with AFK. Like I don't have a problem with rubies per se. It's just I haven't got to a point where I'm like, oh my god, I need so many rubies. Like chopping efficiency is always a good thing. And drop rate and chopping efficiency are like god tier because you use it for everything. Drop rate for everything, chopping for all your prints. Like, they're just huge top tiers. All right, and then we hit up a bravery, and then this will be the end of the stream, guys. So, appreciate y'all. Like I said, this should take a couple minutes to go through, but I do appreciate y'all for being here. We will be working all weekend. So we won't be streaming, but we will be at our computers since we work from home. So if any of you are interested in, joining the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. So if you need to reach me, you have any gaming questions, you need help with something, you want to share something, show something off, help somebody else out, feel free to join the Discord anytime. Like I said, just don't be a dick. And other than that, if you wouldn't mind checking out my YouTube, I'd appreciate it. Watch a video, share with a friend, thumbs up, comment, sub, something. Share, whatever. Any type of support you would give us, that would be appreciated. We're hoping to be able to get to 1,000 subs so we can monetize the YouTube as well, and then hopefully start pumping out YouTube content after that, because I'm not super motivated to do it without being monetized. But I do appreciate y'all for being here. I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day, good weekend and everything. Hopefully we see you guys on Monday. Like I said, we'll be here for a couple more minutes just finishing this up. Once this is done, we will call it. But I just wanted to give you all the information, before we get to the end of the stream. So we're not like rushing at the end and not answering any questions or saying bye to people. Black, like I said, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you a lot. Thanks, like I said, thank you for checking out the YouTube when I asked for the help, chiming in, coming out of the woodwork with the lurkies, Yeah, I appreciate it. It was good. We'll be back on some Grim Dawn on Monday. We finally got to Ultimate tonight. We kind of just got fed up and just quit the last couple side quests and normal because they pissed me off. So right now we're kind of getting our ass handed to us in Ultimate, dying over and over again, trying to push in because our resistances suck. So we got to get some components going. We got to get some augments going, trying to juice that up a little bit, get our resist fixed so we can survive again. We're going to push through Ultimate, try and get the build kind of working in our favor. Right now, we're kind of still just hodgepodge together, not really fucking dialed in, but we haven't got any legendaries or anything to dial us into a specific build yet either, so that's kind of where we're at right there. Almost died on your hardcore? No way. I'd have been so sad. Yeah, it fucking shoots that heart rate up to like 1,000,000 miles a minute, right? Like, you're like, oh, okay, hands are shaking, still shooting, still getting headshots, just gotta take a break every once in a while, you know what I mean? Gotta calm on down. Can't do that. Man, there's so many days in PoE where I'll go like a week or two without dying on my character, and then I'll log in one day, and boom, instant death. I'll 6 portal a map on my first zone, and I'm like, bro, this is why I don't play hardcore. Fucking crazy. Fucking out of nowhere, man. Just boom, 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 dead. Just fuck, man. If I was hardcore, I'd have to start over already. This is fucked. Yeah, shit sucks. Oh, man. So have you ever gotten into this game, Black? Nice little idle game. One caveat to this game is yes, it's an idle game, but there's so much active stuff you can do on it every day. Which is why I think it stands out as an idle game. Because yes, it is an idle game. You can 100% play it as minimal as possible and just let the idle take over. But you can also just like really just dig in and active on it hardcore. I've played so many idle games. This is one of the few that have held my interest for more than a week, right? Yeah, but most of mine do as well. This is one of the few games that will always be almost always runs on the other screen just because it's so there's so much stuff that has to be actively AFK'd. Like you have to be logged into a character watching it automatically fighting things to take advantage of his abilities and progression of it. But God, is this game so in depth and complicated? Super good. So anybody that hasn't tried it should definitely try it. If you're into idle games, obviously. I'm not trying to push a game onto people that aren't really interested, but I think it's one of the best idle games I've ever played. By far. Yeah, like I'm kind of in the same boat. Like there's Cookie Clicker, Clicker Heroes, there's a couple other ones I've played as well that I have like 1,000 hours in because I just let them run, right? Revolution Idol, for example. But they're not good. I just feel like they're there to pass time and I've like put a lot of effort into them. But I just feel like they're kind of meh and I never really holds my interest. Like I look at it, I'm like, yeah, well, I claimed it for the day. Let's close it again, just minimize it, just ignore it. This is one of the few that I actually actively open and I go around, click on a bunch of things, get everything sorted, get everything set back up, right? And then I like, I let it do its thing and then I try to like upgrade things here, I'm always doing something in this game. That's why I say like this one specifically, it actually really holds my interest. All right. So we almost have our 24,000 hours in this. Once 24,000 hours are done here, then we can start AFKing in like the tree. We can start AFKing in catching. We can start AFKing in the mine again. We can start AFKing in those places. And then we can take our time and actually go back through the hounds because we haven't done hounds in a very long time. Get us some more there. And then we can also probably AFK here to get some more statues. Actually, we don't really need more statues because we already onyxed it, but more statues is always great. But we'll just sit him down to AFK and all the little different thingies, and then we'll move some of the guys that are currently in Justice to another spot to farm out some other content that we're trying to get. Let's put this here. So tomorrow, when we get our wishes, hopefully we get enough. We will reset them and put everything into Explorer to try and get to the next cave. But with that said, guys, we're going to do one last claim on this guy for our farm real quick. Then we will call it a night. Like I said, I already did my outro and everything. So, like I said, if you want to join the Discord, feel free. Just don't be a dick. And if you haven't checked out the YouTube, I would appreciate it. That's about it. And like I said, we're going to be working the weekend. So if you need me, hit me up in the Discord because I work from home. And we'll be back on Monday with the Grim Dawn Grind. So if you have any questions, have any concerns, want to ask me something, share something, show something, hit the Discord, check out the YouTube in the meantime for content or something. And yeah, if you want to talk Grim Dawn, you want to talk other video games, I always have an ear open. If you ever have any gaming questions about any game, even if I'm not currently playing it, feel free to ask. But yeah, with that said, guys, we are going to close it up here. We're going to call it a night. Actually, I need to double check to make sure. Oh, yeah, that was him. Everything's good. All right, guys. We're outie. McFouty. Let's go. Oh, all right, guys. I'll talk to you guys on Monday, hopefully. Like I said, Discord if you need me. I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Go check out the YouTube. Thumbs up, comment, sub. Thank you. Bye. I'll talk to you guys later. See you. See ya.